All right, you know the drill. Every single Sunday, Esports Arena Halo 5, $1,000 on the line. And of course, we're here to break down the action, find out who gets the lion's share. I'm Shyway, if you don't already know. And with me today, back on the desk, back in the house, we got Wes Clutch. How you doing, man?
Doing good. Had some great Thanksgiving. Had a couple of the guys over from the pro team. Happy late Thanksgiving. We had a nice little feast, just about four of us, and although we're all away from our families being in Washington, it was good to get a little group together and kind of spend some quality time with some friends. So enjoyed that. Enjoyed a long weekend. And now we have the Esports Arena tournaments, which I always look forward to. So it's going to be some good Halo 5 played today to end my weekend off.
Yeah. So, you had your good time, you had your food, you got stuffed, you slept, and you came back, you're rejuvenated. And now it's time to cast some games. We're jumping into a series already, Wes. We got one loading up right here. It's going to be Call CTF. I can see the player names. I'm not sure of these team names, but we got Amferny, Serial, Smoke Did Dig, Throne going up against Airway, Nox, Secluded, and Woke Smith. Couple new names in here. Some names I recognize as well. Definitely some good players, some sweaty matchmaking grinders, I'll say. And we'll see how well these guys fare in Call CTF. Just kicking off right now.
Awesome. Kicking in the Coliseum flag. We're still early on in the bracket, so not sure what to expect from these two teams. Like you said, there are some familiar names on both sides, but not everybody. So this is going to be a great opportunity, like we always say, for these guys to get some spotlight and for these guys to have the cameras and the lights on them for maybe the first time in their careers. Hopefully pick up a nice snipe and hopefully make a couple plays with it in order to get their team across the hump to advance in the bracket and to look good doing it, because now everybody's watching.
Yeah, I'm already watching, so I'm not sure why we're not watching together. Hopefully we can get that switch over because the match is already underway. These guys are already fighting it out. In the meantime, I do know we have the format, which we didn't update you on. We might have, or did we lose our observer? Is that what happened? In the meantime, let's take a look at the format. You guys know the drill here. It's a 4v4 double elimination tournament. We got $1,000 on the line. Of course, if you're taken down, you're going to drop into the loser's bracket, so you're not out of the running just yet. And we'll see how that goes, of course, to the tournament. Every single match is going to be a best-of-3 match, so even the grand finals could be up and over quick if you can't hang. So we'll see how that goes. In the meantime, I assume this game is still happening because it's 1-0 right now, Wes. And Fernie just sunk the first cap in for red team here. And the moment we have the feed, we're going to let you guys know and give you the action here. Instead, I could just describe, describe the audio, Wes. I could describe the audio my way through this for you. It'll probably be a train wreck.
Yeah, I would appreciate you not doing that. Right now, we're just having those technical difficulties. I believe something's wrong with the observer currently. So, unfortunately, the spotlight we kind of touched on is not going to be given to these players, at least here in Game 1. We'll probably be able to hop back in for Game 2. But I guess we can kind of spend this time to talk about some of the teams that I'm seeing here in the bracket. And going over this, I see KCP has added Boobadooboo to their roster for this event, and that's a big slaying prowess, big dominant force in Halo that they're adding to an already solid roster. So very excited to see what Druck and Boo Boo and those guys can put together. And I saw already at the top of the bracket, there's already that Envy Sin 9 team that is going to be a major issue as well. That's Frosty, Trippy, and the boys. And that squad's probably the heavy favorite.
Yeah, that's kind of the GOAT squad of the tournament today for sure. As far as Boo Boo replacing a player, who did you replace on that squad, if you can let me know?
Yeah, I'm not able to see a list of the teams.
Just know he's
I know. Yeah, I can see that their team name is Boo Boo plus Druck. So
okay.
Boo Boo plus KCP. So I can say that Boobadooboo is going to be there.
Quick throwback, by the way. Remember, Boo Boo joined a random team previously. I think it was like Envor and a couple other players that were like nowhere near the level that you'd expect them to be at to beat Sentinels. But Boo Boo came in and they beat Sentinels that one weekend. So I mean, Boo Boo jumping on a team like KCP, that's even higher level. We could see even something incredible from them. And you also got your mainstays as well. You got Just Latham, I'm sure, joining back up Fire and Ice, great Latin American community teams that are going to be performing well today, as well as Team Force that just tweeted that they're going live. They're in this tournament as well, and they've been getting better every single week. So curious to see how they play. Well, we get through the rest of this match, though. We are going to get to a quick break. We'll come back. We'll have a proper feed for you, and we'll cast the action and kick things off. So stay tuned. We'll be right back, guys. All right, we're back. It's time to get the matches underway for real this time. We are in game 2 of our first series here. The first game was won by the red team. This is Amferny, Serial, Smoke, and Throne. The second game's already underway. It's Plaza Slayer. We're just jumping in right now. Wes, I'm going to let you take this away here. What do you hope to see from this the blue team to make a comeback here?
Yeah, having not seen game 1, it's going to be difficult to me to understand kind of how they were playing, and I guess if it was a back and forth game, if it was just a dominant game from the red team, or is this blue team actually going to stand a chance? Because a lot of times early on in the bracket, you'll see one team just kind of completely wipe out the other team 2-0, and the games won't be close, right? I think if you see earlier contested series in the bracket, that only bodes well for more competition. So I'm going to be rooting for blue team to come back here. But are they capable of it? Just based off typical double elim brackets and how they're built and how teams are seeded, they probably are not going to get this to a game 3. Having this be the first series we're going to cast, that means we're still early in the bracket and these teams statistically shouldn't be anywhere near each other.
Right. No, I completely agree. And as far as the score says, I mean, they're holding on, but blue team is definitely struggling to make it through here. Kind of what we would expect. We do have gameplay. We're about to jump in, so let's get this going.
We got some gameplay,
get a real
boys.
Game here. Yeah, Noxed on screen. He's dead. And let's see who we pick up next time.
All right, we got it. It's 18-10. Unfortunately for anybody hoping that the blue team is going to come back, they've already built themselves quite a deficit to deal with right now, 20-11. As Golden Dawn, Smoke You Dig, leading the charge right here. He's got the light rifle over above this ramp. I like this passive play by him. He knows Overshield's coming up. He's going to wait for his teammates to get it and then look for the push. He's already got the combo in his hand, so they don't even have an opportunity to counter this Overshield. So this is going to be a really difficult push for Kobe Bryant 06 to stop.
Absolutely. I mean, Serial. Oh, he is actually kind of trapped, though, from multiple angles here. He will have to back out. I'd like this play to, go down driveway. It doesn't seem to matter, though. He's doing just fine on his own, despite the 2 players here. And Tram combo coming in, though. Airway will get that kill. 24-14, though, on the board. So a nice, healthy 10-kill lead as Throne makes his way back to control Snipe.
Yeah, Snipe's coming up. You got a 10-kill lead. You already have control of the Snipe. He's cleared it out for his entire team. He's got all this information. They know this team is going to be loop, driveway area. So this is a great position from Golden Dawn to extend their lead, close this series out here in 2 games.
Yeah, Throne just holding it down. Now he's got the Snipe. You can see his teammates already center map here. Going to get the collapse. All the players in the bottom of the map for blue. Not really the best position to be in, especially if Throne's looking for you. So he does land the body. Ooh. Lands a second body there. That was pretty clean, but can't pick up either of the kills. That's okay. And Purdy does the job. He gets another body for another assist. He's the ultimate team player here.
Absolutely. And even though he's not necessarily getting any of these kills, I mean, the amount of damage and presence he has on the map so far with this Snipe is absolutely insane. I mean, we see the score. Obviously, it's up to 13 at this point in time. Golden Dawn is on fire right now. I mean, he is standing top middle with the Snipe. How often do you see players do that? He's actually going to end up pushing top yard with it. They are playing very confident right now, and a nice no-scope to play with that confidence.
Rough timing on the push to top mid, though. He got that spawner on Hotel behind him, just lasering him. But either way, it's not going to matter too much with a score difference like this, though. I'd like to see a couple nice shots from Airway here. He's got 3 to work with. Makes his way back over to goal. Going to try to line one up. Just narrowly whiffs it. You got Ness, you got Cafe. We'll see what he picks here. Nice body shot. Can't get the cleanup. Thrusts out just a little too early there. But he is under a lot of pressure, so I like that he's living up. We got the OS coming up as well, or at least it was. We'll have to find out whether or not we continue with that game and redo it and hold on to the score there, because clearly there was a big advantage to Red.
36-22 was our score when the game was ended. Very little opportunity for 06 Kobe Bryant to come back in that game. Wouldn't be shocked if they called it there, but as a competitor, you always want an opportunity to kind of control your own destiny, and the potential for a comeback, even though it was slim, it's still in the realm of possibilities, I would say. So you would hate to see them just automatically get bounced to the losers bracket, but I'm not quite sure what was going on. It looked like it was a 4v4 the whole time, so all players were in the match from what I could see.
Someone joined. Actually, I can see it now. So some Zaloist 3163 thought he could get in on the action. He joined in on the blue team.
Classic Zalo.
Classic Zalo. Oh my God. And Fernie, by the way, going off 13-5, 11-4 from Serial. So these guys were having a good time on the map, as far as I could tell. We saw those assists coming out with the snipe as well. They had an opportunity at the end there, Airway trying to line a couple up, but ultimately, everybody having a rough time on blue, except for Nox, who is positive 10-9. But we'll see. I assume we would play it back, just play to the difference, and finish off the rest of that game. It looks like that's what they're going to do. So what was the final score? It was
36-22.
So 14 kills left for the red team here, and we'll do 28 kills for the blue team.
Yep. Yeah. Quick math for you. That's pretty simple, but man, if you get the overshield and you get a hot start to the snipe, is it possible? I feel like the reset, if anything, benefits the team that was down because you now have the power up and the power weapon fresh on the map, and you get this snipe with all of its ammo. If you somehow can play Perfect Halo at the start, you can get 4 straight kills. Maybe get the snipe and the overshield, transition that into a little killing spree. That's about the only way that's going to happen, right? You basically had to play flawless, and the starting spawn is what's going to matter for our blue team here. They're going to need to really come out guns a-blazing and somehow find ways to get efficient kills without trading to kind of close this deficit that they've built. And like I said, fortunately for them, they have the overshield and they have a fresh snipe that are on the map that currently weren't there in the live game that they were just playing. So, I mean, if it was ever going to happen, this could be the best setting or format for it to happen for this team.
The opportunity's there, but on the flip side, the exact opposite could happen, right? We could see a flawless starting strat from our red team here. They could grab snipe, they could grab OS and just get 14 quick kills and seal the deal. So we'll see which it ends up being, or if we get something in between here. Either way, we're starting it back up. Like you said, we got the OS, we got the camo to fight for, and Woke Smith going to try to impact it all.
I'm just trying to be optimistic for our blue team here. I'm rooting for a game 3. And right now, a 1-1, and we see Woke getting a nice double, but unfortunately, he's going to lose 2 teammates. And even if he turns this into a triple, it's not going to result in the overshield snipe that I feel like they needed to, right? Every kill gets traded out, and that is not a recipe for success.
It's not a bad start if it was a 0-0 game, not starting off from where it left. But you're right. They got to do better. Either way, Secluded's down. He's lost that snipe over in U-turn. Woke Smith going to try to put some more damage in here, but he's taking nades into loop, so he's out of the picture. Of course, 14 kills, so they're already only 6 away from taking this. In Serial, I mean, he's got the sniper. We saw the assist he landed last time. We'll see what he can do this time.
Yeah, I won't be surprised if he pushes with this, just knowing how much of a lead he has to play with right here. He does spot this player in the blue. He's taken down to no shield. Fortunately for him, his teammates are going to completely wipe the enemy team, so he didn't even have to hit a bullet with this snipe, and his team feels like they're going to close the game with potentially that being the recipe.
Yeah, just one more kill. Actually, that's it right there, 14-6. I assume that would close the game unless they want to show us some fancy jumps. No, that'll be at Golden Dawn. We'll take game 2 and our series to start the day here. They're looking pretty good, Wes. But when you see this team and you think of the rosters that we got today, do you see Golden Dawn getting much farther than this?
They look solid. I know Smokey Dick's not too bad. The other players, I know Anthony is like a solid amateur player that's putting in a lot of time as well. I don't know what their bracket's going to look like, so it's difficult for me to tell you how far they're going to make, because it could be like the next round that they run into Boobadooboo and KCP, right. And then at that point, I think that they're going to have to go to the losers bracket. But I think that they're going to be a strong amateur team, and when they go up against other strong amateur teams, they should be some good games. But I think as soon as they run into that top-notch tier team, even a team like Just Let Am, I think they're going to run into a lot of trouble when they go up against those caliber of teams. But they look pretty good against like the mid-tier amateur teams that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, Golden Dawn looking pretty good so far. So it all depends on who they face next. And we know we got some heavy hitters in this tournament. Of course, blue team, they're not out just yet. They're going to drop into losers, try to fight their way back through. But some tough competition going to end up in that losers bracket very shortly as well, if not already in the losers. We'll find out that action, though, as soon as we come back from this break. So stay tuned, guys. We'll be right back. We're back, and we got more matches to cast, and this is a pretty spicy matchup, if I do say so myself. We've got Boo Boo plus KCP. Wes, you talked about this previously. So Boo Boo is replacing Soul Snipe today, and he's on the rest of KCP, which these guys are great players. And then the other side, we've got Legends, but Kimbo is replacing, I believe normally we have Precisionite instead. We've got Legend, Shady, SLG, and Kimbo. So these are some of the best boys in EU. This is a hell of a matchup here, Wes. What do you think?
Strong EU team with these guys, and I like that they're still playing. It's great to see them competing in something like this, even dealing with those internet and connection issues in online tournaments. Right. How much is that going to set them back and hinder their ability to compete is the question that really goes to the start of my head. It'll be very clear early on if they're able to compete. But these guys are actually like veterans at this point. They've been doing it for a long time, so I kind of expect them to be able to put up somewhat of a fight. But this is a very strong Kansas City team, and with the addition of Boo Boo, I think that just might be too much.
Yeah, you can't see that as anything but a positive, having Boo Boo on your team and being on a map with the camo as well. And I'm not sure what happened to that camo just yet. It might have been burned. The rail, though, in the hands of Legend. We'll see what he can put together as they cap BR base. Wait, I take it back. The man's got the camo already. Yeah,
something that Kansas City really is going to want is to get the power-ups in that. The addition of Boo Boo is going to really add a lot of that power-up prowess and power weapon prowess to their team that they might not have as well down pat as some of these top teams. So adding Boo Boo, like, not only do you get the phenomenal gameplay, but you're no longer having to deal with a lot of camo guys because you know Boo Boo is going to be on top of it. A beautiful kill there from Druck's going to allow his team to hold Nest for a little bit longer. It does spot this player on catwalk, able to trade, so he turns 2 in that situation, and that's going to lead to, I believe, his team scoring. No, SLG is actually in Nest, and unfortunately for SLG, he's about a second away from being able to capture Nest before he gets collapsed on. And because of it, we're going to see KCP on the board first.
Rough spot right there for SLG. Nest being such a hard place to cap, and he's just alone and afraid. Manny coming in, getting the kill as well. They keep that trip cap, so 10 points and counting here. That's probably going to force a car side spawn. Manny going to, nope, no spring jump. He's going to wrap his way over to yellow. I like this play. Nice and sneaky. You can see Legend and teammate in basement trying to cap it, but Manny head on a swivel here. Going to take out Kimbo. Shots into Legend as well. Should be a nice double. Looking for more blood here, but he's living. I love the live. And the milk coming out of Manny to make him such a difficult kill there as they continue to fight for basement, but the points just trickling out of control for Red already.
I feel like we're seeing a lot of individual fights won on the side of KCP, and that bodes well for their tournament future. But I tell you who it doesn't bode well for, it's Legends. They need to be able to compete individually against this KCP team before they even consider about being able to compete as a team against them, right? It's already 30-1. We had another trip cap performance from the Kansas City Pioneers. They are rolling with the addition of Boo Boo.
And that camo's up as well. It's sitting in the bottom of trench here. Manny wants a piece. He does manage to grab it. He's got 3 rail shots to work with as well. So this could be a lot of money on his side if he starts hitting shots here. Teammate with him at back cat. Can't hit the first shot. Still going to keep his eyes on basement. You can see another player in the back. They're going to want to make that push. But nice kill right there on camo. Going to shut him down early. So you got to like that. In the meantime, they got to fend off this pressure. They got to get a capture. And it looks like basement's going to be the play. They might be able to work for Nest here as well. So I love the movement from SLG as he just finesses his way around these catwalks into Druck here. And I like that he's staying alive. He's keeping his life, or playing his life up on Batledge.
Yeah, beautiful job from him to stay alive after he got rocked by that nade bottom engine. But a little bit of sloppy shots from him right there, but he's done such a good job of staying alive, doing damage. Shady's able to pick up a double in the kill feed, and with that, a trip cat now for Legends. This is the life you need to see out of them if they want to compete with KCP, especially after that hot start. They're starting to shut that down and get something rolling of their own.
We talked about these guys being veterans, especially a player like Kimbo who's joined this roster. I mean, they're no slouches on this team. They can definitely fight back, and they're showing it right now. I love that double beatdown and a double kill coming out of Shady as he makes his way back to Nest here. Manny going to try to get off Nest. Shady going to put in the pressure, though. And oh, my God, being a hard kill once again. But, I mean, while this is happening, the trip cap continues, and the points, they're going to catch up. And if anything, they're going to take the lead very shortly here.
Yeah, absolutely they are. And if they're able to kill Manny, they're going to know all of these players for KCP are going to be spawning back bunker. They have information on where Boo Boo is. He hears multiple players. I love this plate by Shady. He's gotten behind enemy lines. He's going to have the perfect flank on this stronghold. Druck, you're not going to be able to capture that without getting any kills. And that's another kill feed full of Legends. They are starting to run away with this.
KCP looking exposed right now. They can't seem to find an opportunity to grab a cap. BR base is going to have to be the play, and you can see them stacking multiple players over in BR. So they did finally get 2 kills to get that opening. But Camo's coming up. 60 points on the board already. As Shady gets a nice back smack that's railed down in basement. Flies into Boo Boo for the double. Grabs Camo. That's a dirty play from Shady right here. And he can really stack some numbers on this.
Yeah, this marks the first power-up for Legends right now. I want to see what Shady's able to do with it. Does actually throw a nade. Somehow ends up... I guess someone else got that kill before he was able to assassinate him. But a beautiful play by Shady once again to go all the way around from bunker and have that flank. He turns it into 1 kill this time. Last time I think he got a kill and an assist. But that's just such a beautiful collapse that he's allowing his team to have, because he's choosing to take the time to go all the way around and not just headbutt his way through the force that was back there, right? You could have unsuccessfully traded, but now this is huge. He's able to contest this bottom hill. He's on a killing frenzy. He's able to stay alive around the pole. Not only does he stay alive, but he picks up a back smack because of it. The decision making, the patience from Shady is prolific right now.
This is wild. You saw Legends just a second ago starting this game on the back foot, but the moment they put their foot on the pedal, they haven't let go of the gas here, West. They're about to win the game and close out game 1 in confident fashion, 100-41. That was an unexpected turn of events there. The moment they got a trip cap, it's like all the control, all the momentum was just sucked out of this KCP squad.
Unbelievable job by the entire team from Legends. I mean, you could see it in the teamwork where Shady was picking up kills. You have Legend and SLG with 15 and 10 assists in a 5-minute and 43 game. That's absolutely insane. The damage across the board is just about even, and a beautiful job by them. They started off so slow, down 30-1 with a trip cap against them. They were able to not only reverse that trip cap, but to run away with that game entirely. A killing frenzy from Shady.
Yeah.
Beautiful job by Legends, and KCP backs against the wall right now, fighting for their winners bracket lives. I mean, they've got to be able to rebound, because we did not see any form of getting out of that trip cap from them in a healthy manner that we need to see out of the veterans that we know are capable of doing that.
Exactly. You got to love the score lines coming out of Legends as well. 15-8 from Shady, 15-8 from Kimbo, and then SLG in the fourth, because I'm always blanking on damn team names. They had a ton of assists to make up for the lack of the same kills. So, I mean, if we see that same type of pressure, if we see that, those types of score lines coming out of these players on Legends, it could be a nice, quick, and clean game of Truth. But we know KCP have everything that it takes to fight back here. So let's see what they can do in Truth Slayer.
Yeah, this is a big game for KCP, because they cannot just get rolled by this Legends team and go into losers bracket and think that they're going to come back and win this tournament, right? They want to go through a winners bracket and build some confidence up, especially with the addition of Boobadooboo. That's a great start by Manny to be able to get that kill on the reversal. Bottom pink 1, they're going to need more of that if they want to take this to a game 3.
Yeah, nice 3-kill lead to start. Manny just going to hold down red base. You can see players going to want to be pushing that car door. So Manny with a nice ground bounce nades here to keep him back. Good damage as well, and he stays alive. He's been such a tricky kill, but it hasn't paid off in Rig. And so far, looking so good on Truth. Going to try it again with SLG, but he does finish the kill. Going to try to continue to push up on Red, and Shady taking top mid here. This is a nice little pinch, hopefully to kill off Drug and give themselves some sort of a comeback, but he can't get the kill, and he's in a pretty bad spot here, Wes.
Yeah, not the same thing we witnessed last game, where he was in great position what felt like the entire time, unable to finish that kill pink 2, and because of it he kind of gets himself sandwiched in that situation. Fortunately though, Legend's able to hit a perfect kill when we jump to a screen, a nice melee, so he turns 2 with that life, making this just a 3-kill deficit as another player goes down in pink. But that's a beautiful job by Druk to get out of dodge before he's able to get collapsed on. And Druk actually going to re-challenge Kimbo, expecting it, hitting him with the nade in the 1-shot. You want to see KCP kind of slow this down. We got Camo coming up in 30 seconds. You're probably not thinking about that as a player just yet, but pink control is going to be important throughout this entire game, even when Camo's not coming up.
I mean, even when Camo's not coming up, Legends are doing a great job of turning things around here. They've now taken the lead 11-10. You do have a player above them up on P3, I believe, but the push is coming in here. You can see Boo Boo making his way up Pink Street, so Camo going to be so important to fight for, and they're both trying to control Pink side to get that set up. Kimbo doing a great job staying alive here, but he's lost his teammates. Shots coming in from him. He'll back up Jesse, but Boo Boo with the reach out to take him down. So these are big kills from KCP that should give them an opportunity to make some strides here on the Camo, but you can see the new spawners coming up, pushing through red, so the brawl's going to continue here. It's not going to be an easy Camo to grab.
Yeah, love the positioning by Talik right here. He's going to have all the information in the world on anybody car side of the map, anybody coming out red, pink side. Is forced down, though, and there is a player pink one that they're not able to finish as of right now. So Camo probably in the hands of that player by this point. Is gonna, you see him in observer mode, and that player gets away with Camo. That's a huge blunder by KCP to not be on top of that Camo when it comes up. And for Shady to get away with it, now able to get a kill, stay alive potentially. This could bode really well for Legends fans.
Shady made massive plays in game one, and he's doing it again, as far as I can tell here. He's got top mid control, still hold on to Camo. Nice finish off on Druck. And try to wrap around Carr here. Another one shot, or weak player, that's Manny. Executes him for the double. That's a tie game. You got Jesse up in pink, player spawning in blue. Shady is intimately aware of this as he sneaks his way through blue here. I'm loving all these plays that he's making. The timing is so perfect, getting behind Manny, get a nade shot to get the killing spree. This is textbook Halo, Wes.
Textbook Halo. Once again, Shady gets the power up and does absolute work with it. They got themselves a 1-kill lead at this point, make it 2. Shady gonna thrust straight forward at 2 players in the bubble, lose his life because of it, but he did so much damage with that life, you can almost not be mad at him for giving up just such an easy death right there, because he turned the tide of this game already in his team's favor.
Now on board with Legend. And try to make his way up Carr here. You can see those players running away. They're going to face off with Shady, SLG. Legend coming in with a pinch here. So nice shots from him. This should be 2 quick down on the kill feed. That's a double for Legend. They keep up that energy. 26-23 on the board now. New Camo going to be a threat in a second, so they will want to make that rotation over to pink side, but get some kills along the way here. Legend going to try to push up on Manny. You got Boo Boo fending him off, though, so that pink side control pretty comfortably in the favor of red right now. If they hold on to it, they might be able to swing this game around. KCP, you said it last time, they can't be giving up these camos for free. If they can grab one, they can completely change this game.
Yeah, they're not going to have an exact time on this camera. They're going to have an idea of when it's around, but they're not going to have the exact time, so that could once again work in the favor of Legends if they're able to make their way over towards pink. They do get a huge double out of SLG. You gotta win that one-on-one if you're bottom red or bottom blue on your KCP. They do just get the camo time, but they force Legends to burn it. And once again, Shady is on top of it. Shady doing it all so far in the power-up realm, making sure that he's going to be a part of every story that happens, and that's such an important quality to have in one of your teams.
Thankfully for KCP, they don't have to worry about a camoed Shady, but Boo Boo's got to worry about a flurry of bullets there from pink. Manny with a sick flank right here. That's 2 easy kills. Druck with a third as well, so that gives them the lead by 2. 32-30 here. Legend spawning up ISO, and he's going to want to try to get himself a perimeter side rotation. You can see they're trying to spread out, get some map control here, but the Slay's coming into blue base. I love this little turnaround from KCP as they try to dominate here. Manny, a little late to the party, though. Going to have to back off for now. A good Slay's coming in. You can see Druck doing his work on top base, so they're doing a great job holding on.
Yeah, I love the flank bottom red by Manny. He's able to pick up that double a while ago, and then when they tried to spawn kill the players that were spawning at blue, Manny was just a little bit too slow there. He sat top middle for a second, hesitated, didn't really get impacted into the battle until a couple of his teammates went down. And it's just a 2-kill game for KCP because of it.
Yeah, 3 players flying through Carr as well to get rid of Manny. He's been such a hard kill, but when you got that type of teamwork, I mean, Druck, Talik actually getting big kills to answer back, though. That's 39-35, so they extend that lead to 4. Shady going to try to stay up. He's been such a nuisance in game 1 and game 2. Now he's got the stick in the back pocket. There it is. You saw that coming. That's just enough to get a trade. At this point, all trades in the favor of red here. They have to do something to get around the Slays to come back.
Yeah, and next camo coming up here in about 15 seconds. And you can see Legends trying to rotate forward. We see multiple members for KCP already in pink, but Boobaduba is going to actually overextend and get taken down. Legends going to opt to push into pink. Shady picks up a kill in the kill feed as well, but Legend, a little bit of an overextension in yourself, and this battle for this camo could decide the game.
Oh, Kimbo, he looked away, second-guessed himself there. Losing that fight, that camo should be up. SLG gonna try to take a peek here. He dives for it. This will likely be a burn as he tries to escape. He's milking his life. Somehow manages to live. Legend with a huge help. But the nades coming in from Man. He still can't kill the guy. But that's enough of a distraction to give him a bit of a comeback here. Just a 1-kill game. Shady gonna try to keep the energy up on the lift here, but Boo Boo being a hard kill. You gotta love that pre-nade. That'll seal him out. Boo Boo gonna go down as well. So trades here, but just a 1-kill game. Remember, KCP, they have to win this or they're being knocked into losers.
Yeah, up 2 kills right now. I love this by Man. He's going to try and apply some pressure to Car, but is he going to have the information that there's multiple people here? He gets hit markers with the nade. It's going to tell him one's here, but he doesn't know that that's a different player, and because of it, he kind of over-challenges, loses that one-on-one extend, and 47-46, we see Legends trying to push the pedal to the metal, get into pink, but Druck's going to try and deny that. SLG, with the beautiful help from across the map, is going to take down Druck, and now all of KCP is top blue. They're getting collapsed on. Kimbo with the double in the kill feed. They all of a sudden have stolen the lead. They need 1 kill to take this series. There's players bottom car. I love that we see Legends pushing in a victory for Legends and a comeback. That huge push at the end where Kimbo picks up a double. Beautiful job by Legends to clutch up there at the end.
If SLG didn't live on P3 like that, I think that would have been a totally different result, right? Because Druck lives, he gets P2 control. That would have been massive. But instead, he just got milked for his life. A player came in, got the team cross, and the moment he died, they were down numbers. They got the collapse in the base. That was beautiful execution from Legends, and that was the type of clutch they needed to close out that series nice and early, keep themselves in winners, and give KCP a hard time. I mean, we talked about the addition of Boo Boo Dubu on KCP, but Boo Boo Dubu went 9-12 in that game, and he was denied every single camo. So kind of a rough go from him. They're going to be fighting a pretty hard battle in losers bracket because, Wes, we talked about it. This tourney is stacked, so they got a lot to do now.
Yeah, we talked about adding Boo Boo to this team and what that would mean for this team and the ceiling that they could potentially reach. Well, they also lost Soul Snipe, right? You have to think about that. Like,
Sure.
Soul Snipe's been playing extremely well in just about every tournament I've watched, and he's very impressive. So they definitely miss Soul Snipe, and there is a lack of cohesiveness that we're used to seeing out of this KCP team that's very evident. There's not the same teamwork that we're typically used to seeing, and maybe it's a different play styles between the two. Maybe it's a little bit of lack of practice with all these new games coming out, Thanksgiving and whatnot, people stepping away from their Xboxes. But either way, big shout out to Legends, a huge performance. It's probably one of the bigger wins in their careers up until this point, because I put KCP in the top 4 right now in North America, and for them to beat that team, that's awesome. Legends rolling, and hopefully they can continue to roll through the winners bracket.
Yeah, and I mean, they had Kimbo instead of who I believe is typically Precisionite in that role as well. So they're not exactly rolling with their typical 4 squad also, and they may do very well. You said shout out to Legend, shout out to Shady as well, who was the top performer in both Rig and in Truth as well. He got the frenzy in Rig, and in Truth he went 16 and 11 with 10 assists. He had the most damage in the lobby. So Shady performing really well. Legends are looking hot. They're going to continue to tear through winner's side. We'll be back with more winner's side games after the break, guys. Stay tuned. We are back once again, and for our next series, we're going to throw back to a matchup we've seen time and time again. It's the battle for Latin America here, West. We've got the two best Latin American teams going up against each other. We've got Just Latam going up against Fire and Ice. They have gone back and forth before in series. Typically, Just Latam leads, and they've got a very, very strong roster to go with that. They've got Tapping, Atso, Drift, and Pelu, and of course, on Fire and Ice, you've got Noble running Joanne this time. And one more who has yet to join the lobby. We'll see who that is when he gets there. But you can't really you can't sleep on anyone on Fire and Ice, despite how dominant we've seen Just Latam be in the past weeks.
Yeah, I think Just Latam is kind of the number one team, obviously, in the Latin American scene. I think Fire and Ice is right behind them. They're very competitive, but I'd have to give the edge to Just Latam. In just about every series. I mean, the upset's possible, but if Latam does what they're supposed to, I think that they come out on top every time. But this is going to be a great series, right? I think that they're always so competitive when these two teams face off because they are fighting for that number one spot in the LATAM scene. And even though they're in a bigger they're in a world tournament now with legends and whatnot. And all these North American teams that are in the tournament, it's still that rivalry that you have. This is probably the one team that each one of these teams wants to make sure that they don't lose to or that they beat in a sense. Sure. So great that they match up in our bracket because that always won't happen. And because of it, it adds a little extra spice to this series.
Yeah, should be a good matchup for sure. The last player to join Fire and Ice was Bullet, so he's now joined the lobby. We are getting this loaded up and ready to go. It's going to be Strongholds on the rig for our first series here, and we'll find out who's going to take it. Now, Just Latam, we've seen them win these previously, though in the winner side of the bracket, we did have a week where Fire and Ice took them down, brought Just Latam over to losers. So if we get that type of Fire and Ice energy today, we can see an interesting turn of events. We'll find out, of course. We got the rail to fight for. We got the camo as well. And we'll see who takes control of these vital assets on the map, especially the shoddy, as we get started here.
Yeah, like I said, it's very possible. Just not probable.
Sure.
Going to be spawning on the inside of the map. We have Fire and Ice. We're going to be on board with Noble here. He's actually going to not opt to go towards the camo. And because of it, Tapping Buttons is going to get a free kill onto him. And we see another player for Fire and Ice kind of stuck in the back rafters here as Atso has him pinned down. Atso knows he has the scatter shot, and he's actually going to be able to fly at Atso with a beautiful grenade scatter shot combo, take down that kill. So actually good trades all around from Fire and Ice so far early on, especially after losing first blood. And because of it, they have the first points on the board.
They do, but I saw a quick 3 dead right there. Going to be taking back some captures. Last player up, Noble, does have the rail, so he might be able to turn this one around. He starts with Drift. Good shot from him. Player joined the lobby. Hopefully that player isn't somebody trying to join the game here, but we'll see if that bothers us. Either way, Atso going to continue to hold it down from up on Engine here. You can see his teammates capping basement, so doing a good job there as he makes his way over to Nest. Nice little turnaround they can make here.
Yeah, beautiful job by Just Latam to kind of flip this game on its head already in this early on. They have Nest control, which is the hardest to get. I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to get that as I was speaking, but clutched it up. They are going to end it. Yep. And I felt like that was going to be the inevitable, so I didn't want to talk about the game too much. Another player joining, another issue. You guys got to stop doing this out there. We're trying to watch the tournament gameplay.
Maybe, but it looks like it was Push, by the way, who is our producer. So I don't know if Push is jumping in here midway through. They're swapping him out with our other producer.
We're sabotaging ourselves at this point.
Either way, we're going to get this back underway.
There's an imposter among us.
It seems like it. We're going to have to find out who he is and shut him down. I think that was a pretty even game, though, right? Last I checked, it was 7-7. It was just started, so
fairly even.
That was fairly even. Let's run it right back and see how it works out next time. And I wonder if anybody's taking notes on the starting strat. I'm sure they're just kind of go in and see who wins at this time. 30 seconds into the game, by the way, and nobody picked up rail. So it was an interesting start there. We had a brawl to go down, got the first round of slays before anybody actually grabbed rail. So I wonder if that changes this time around, if we get an instant strat over to it. Either way, we're running it back. We've got Rig Strongholds starting right back up here, and let's see how it goes this time.
I can promise you Noble won't do the same thing he did last time after getting basically just double meleeed from an unsuspecting player. I would be shocked to see if Noble doesn't change up his route just a little bit. So we're going to hop on board with Noble again. It's going to go in the same direction, but doesn't actually gets the hit markers with those nades, gets some great damage down to Pelu, and because he takes the top route this time around, he's actually able to impact the inside of the map so much more than tapping is. And because of it, his team kind of won that battle for the inside from what it looks like.
So far, so good for Noble, I'd say. The rail is still up, so nobody wanted to go for it right away. They're going to opt to get these captures. Noble does back down to nest here, so this is good use of his positioning. You can see Pelu up on E3, gets melted by those teammates pushing up through the long haul there. But Gish actually has camo. That's Drift right there, who was being sneaky. He got deleted by the rail. Running's got it, so the early pressure here from Fire and Ice.
Beautiful so far, right? And Running now with the railgun in hand is going to actually eat a nade, and because of that, he's no longer going to have the railgun for his team. You see Poppy trying to go for it from Pelu's screen. He's not going to be able to actually make his way to it as well. But Pelu, with a little bit of an overextension there, loses the one-on-one with the player back carbine, and because of it, Tapping finds himself with rail and a big kill before he goes down. That's actually a double for Tapping. Beautiful job by Tapping to end up with 2 there in a tough situation.
Tapping with like a monkey out there, just managing to live getting that kill. That shot he did transfer hands over to Noble, though, so he might be a nuisance with it if we do get to see him. In the meantime, Bullet does get the reset on Nest, so good work there. They got 17 points and counting as they try to hold it down. There's that shotty I talked about. Noble blasted 1 for a kill. Drift does make the rotation to Nest here, so they should be successful in grabbing this, and he's got a rail for his troubles. Nice kill from him, as that's 3 on the board and a push to basement. Beautiful job by LM to make sure that this doesn't get out of control early on in this series. They're going to be able to stop the bleeding and potentially get a trip cap. I know they're going to have to force a little bit of pressure on the bunker, but it does look like they pick up a double in the kill feed. But another very easy kill given over to Fire and Ice is going to stop this trip cap from being able to be too successful. Yes, if you're just LM, you got back in the game. You're no longer down 20-1. But you would have liked to see that manifest into a little bit more with the opportunity that I saw coming out. This could be a big turning point, though. You could see, despite the easy slays that have kind of been going down on the side at Latham, they've held on to the time. They've got 21, 22 now counting. And Pelu's got the camo, he's got the shotty, which is a deadly combination, though somehow he doesn't get the opportunity to use that shotgun, so that goes down. Drift, in the meantime, still has rails, so they're really abusing the resources on this map, though they're losing them quite easily. Holding on to the captures in the meantime, though, Tapping with a trade. That player on Fire and Ice does the extension over to Nest, and Joanne just being pelted here, but he's still putting in work with that rail. So you got to love them fighting back, but they got to get captures. You can see them starting to lose, that lead that they once had. Yeah, absolutely. And every second that ticks in their favor is going to be an issue. But LM stops the bleeding. 34-21. They start scoring in their favor. They have the scatter shot. Information on 2 of these players. Unfortunately, they're going to lose that scatter shot in that. So a little bit of another overextension. You see a lot of that early on so far today, I feel like. It's players that don't really have a great bearings for the exact situation that they might be in. Trying to get behind these barrels to dodge nades, and because he chooses to try that, he's going to actually be a very, very easy kill for Fire and Ice to pick up. They pick up the return or the reset on the stronghold as well, and that is a great job by Fire and Ice to start this comeback that they now have to manifest. 41-26, but they are scoring. For a second, I thought he saved himself from a railgun by pushing the box in front of himself there because he wasn't fully dead just yet, but it didn't work out. We've seen players go for that before, though it kind of wastes time sometimes if you're getting pelted off spawn. Look at this bunker spawn here. They can't seem to move forward because Fire and Ice putting in so much pressure. Noble aware of the fact that they're spawning up Carbine, and he's got the rail as well, so this could just add insult to injury as he makes his wrap here. We'll see if he can get some nice damage in. First shot goes in. That's Pelu down. Multiple players still out in the basement. Bullet picks up 1. Going to keep Drift away from that camo, which they're going to want to pick up. That's a spree for Noble. Going to keep his eye on the camo here as Tapping comes in with the pressure. Does he get this? He does. Big trade right there. And the points in the favor of Fire and Ice. They fight right back. They get map control and probably the camo as well. Yeah, and if they're able to get reset here in basement, that would be huge. He misses the stick, does buy some time, but not enough to get the reset. But the rest of the team is going to be there to collapse and recapture that. You saw 3 members immediately jump into it. Johan is going to lose his life to Tapping, but they were able to get BR. They're going to have to give up basement here for a second due to those few deaths, but as long as they're able to continue to control Nest, Fire and Ice is going to continue to build their lead. Just let them doing a great job getting slays, though. They got 2 so far, so this should give them easy access to nest. You can see the other players on blue there just going to opt to play it slow. They know they don't have teammates. Going to try to hold down top tower. Atso trying to get some sort of angle in here, but you can see he takes shots and nades from multiple sides, so he's out. Bullet in the meantime. Nice little ground bounce to hit that player on the bat ledge here, finishing off tapping buttons. That was some textbook stuff. He should hopefully be able to get nest. You can see the nades coming in. Latham just doing everything they can to stop this from happening. There's the flanking from Pelu. That's huge, but not enough. Fire and Ice will hold on just a little longer here.
Right, and what looks like they're going to be able to try and push for nest here. Nobody in Fire and Ice due to the observer mode really in position to stop this from going on. They might overextend towards basement. 2 players do hop up in the window, though. Great shots by them. That's actually all 4 dead. So you get the transfer if you're a Just Let M fan, but it costed everything. All of your resources, all of your team's players, and because of it, they're going to be on respawn here over towards bunker, and getting BR base is going to be so difficult for Just Let M, and with that, you see the points continuing to climb in Fire and Ice's favor.
Fire and Ice not letting up the pressure here. They get a trip cap. We got new spawners who have to fly to basement, but they can't get the railgun. That's going to be in the hands of Fire and Ice as well. That's Joanne who has it. He's already flying into basement looking for blood here. He gets 1. Shots into Atso as well. He's going to try to be a hard kill, but that's a trait. They still have the basement. That basement is not enough to stop these points from trickling in the favor of Fire and Ice here. Bullet with the rotation, still going to keep that pressure up. I believe Drift might have picked up that rail. Is it enough, though? They're trying to get to nest in the meantime here, but Latham got to put the Nikes on. Tapping, though. He's got a camo. Maybe he can turn this around.
Yeah, I was wondering where the camo was this entire time. Thank you, Observer, for switching it over to tapping. He's going to have to make a huge play with this camo if he wants the team to win, and that is not a huge play. He actually just goes 1 for 1, does get damage done to a second player, but that's not going to be enough. 91 to 53, you needed to make the game-changing play that got your team a trip cap. Unfortunately, tapping doesn't find the opening. We see scoring continuing in Fire and Ice's favor. 2 players need a railgun shot. One of them goes down. The other one's no shield. Beautiful job by Noble, and now they're going to look to press basement, or BR base, but it doesn't really matter. This game's already over, baby. Fire and Ice takes game 1.
Fire and Ice starting out so strong here, looking like the better team to kick off our series, which you love to see because we know how strong Just Latham are, and we know how hard they're going to fight to come back in this series, as we get into our next game, which I would guess is Truth. In the meantime, though, let's read them and weep with the scores because Fire and Ice, my God, slays across the board here. You got 13 out of Bullet, 15 from Running, 14 in Noble, and 19 from Joanne, who I know had that railgun a couple times. I can see he's got a triple as well on his medals there. So great stuff coming out of Fire and Ice. Just Latham, I mean, we know they're talented players, but so far, I mean, Atso, Pelu, kind of struggling in the slays department. You can see they got 17 deaths as well. So they're going to have to ice up, really bring it back for Truth.
Absolutely. And you can tell that Fire and Ice is not intimidated at all when they're playing against this Let M team. They've played them so much. They have so much experience scrimming against this team, competing against this team throughout years and years of practice that they're comfortable playing against these guys, even though that they're probably higher like ELO rated players throughout their history and their experience in gaming or in competitive Halo. They're not intimidated, and they kept the pressure on the entire time. Felt like so much of that game was just them trying to fight for the one stronghold that they already controlled, while we saw Fire and Ice looking to press the 3 cap or threatening the 3 cap at all times. It's a beautiful job. It's textbook strongholds. Love what I see out of them, and I'm hoping we see something similar in game 2.
Yeah, and such great timing for their inside map control as well. When they fly into to BR base, collapse on BR base, get those slays, it was the same timing. The rail, the camo was coming up, so they get these free rail guns for their troubles. Camo was picked up from Just Latham, but they didn't quite make the plays they needed to really turn the game around. We saw Tapping go out with a trade there, so hopefully they can change that coming up into Truth Slayer, because we got the camo to fight for, we got the combo as well. If somebody can make a big play with that camo, especially out of the opening, that could set one hell of a momentum string for the team. So we'll find out, of course. We've got Truth starting up here. Wes, I'll let you take it away.
Yeah. Truth starting up. We got camo on the map. We know that it's the most important thing at the start of every game. Right. On Truth, there's not going to be really a power weapon for anybody to consist of and for people to focus on at the start. So this battle for camo is going to be big. If you're a Just Let M fan, you need to see them turn these power-ups into place, because we saw multiple times they got power-ups last game and weren't able to really do anything with them. They could not find the openings they needed. That luck has to change if you want to take this to a game 3.
Well, what will Fire and Ice, or sorry, Latham do this time? They'll start with the camo. This is exactly what we talked about, and Atso's got it. So Atso, with some nice moves here from P1, he does manage to escape. You can see 3 players in blue already on the defense here. And Atso going to try to make this play. He's doing a great job to get damage, but somebody who spawned up in the back has put damage into him. Despite that, Just Latham doing a great job getting their 3 kills. They can see that last remaining player over in red. Player spawning up in red once again. So Just Latham, they're starting that spawn collapse into the bases here. Atso in the back putting in some great damage as well. He's got Noble in front of him, going to try to keep this energy up. But Noble with a hot 5 to take him down. Still, the damage is done to start. 9-4, 10-4 to kick off the game.
Beautiful start from Just Latham. And if you thought this team was going to roll over against their their nation's rivals, you're going to be wrong, right? Just Latham is veterans. They're going to show up. They might have gotten upset in the first game, but you know that they're going to come to play. And they started off very well, but as I say all of that, Noble actually on a killing spree, going to make this deficit almost non-existent right now. It's just down to 2 in favor of Just Latham, but a beautiful job by Noble to somehow rebound after a very, very rough start and keep his team in this game. Just now 11-12 as he's able to thrust away from those grenades for quite a while before eventually getting taken down.
Yeah, great work taking down Noble there because he was looking like a laser. I think he's got at least 3 5s to start the game already, so he's looking nasty. Bullet going to try to keep that pressure up here on pink, but he's under a lot of pressure from those players on red as they push up through, tapping off his spawn. Nice shots from him to help out the team, but a player going to fly through red, try to cut him off. Still an even game, though. New camo coming up. Pink side control in the favor of Fire and Ice. They're going to look to hold that down so they can get that camo. Tapping in the meantime, he's going to try to make the rotation, but we'll see what he can do to stop this control because they got 3 players just manned up here ready for the camo.
Yeah, they're going to have to break a complete pink setup from what it looks like from Fire and Ice. All of Fire and Ice is pink, and they don't expect someone to be pink 3. And because of it, they pick up a bunch of unanswered kills, and with that, they pair it with a camo.
Great answer back from Fire and Ice. It's all going to depend on running in the plays that he makes here. He's got his teammates with him as well to work with, so just got to play around him. That nade, a little unfortunate. That was a team nade to expose him, but he's okay so far. Drift trapped in the bubble right now. Going to try to play from there. Johan gets the kill, so that's 2 right there to extend the lead to 22-19. Running right now as he makes his way up bubble. Some nice shots into Atso here. He's just playing from the back. He's getting the info that he needs to. His teammates push up, they collapse, they get the kills, and this ensures they keep their lead. It's looking great from Fire and Ice here.
Beautiful from Fire and Ice. I mean, can we imagine this to be the score when we saw it was 10-2 at one point? Right. Like, absolutely insane from Fire and Ice to regain control, get a grip on the game, and fight back. To not only fight back, but to build yourself a nice, comfortable 5-kill lead as they look to push pink. Drift's going to get caught off guard once again, make it a 7-kill lead. Tapping buttons, for some reason, is found bottom middle. And with that, 8 kills. This Fire and Ice team is clicking on all cylinders. Just Latham looks like they're playing on their heels once again, and because of it, we're going to see Fire and Ice take this series to 0 at this pace.
Yeah, I mean, an 8-kill lead and climbing here. Tapping tries to make his way to pink. But Running still holding it down. You can see they're rotating through car side to try to collapse onto red here. Beautiful shots from Running, by the way. Pelu just gets deleted. Drift right now in a lot of trouble. He does get a trade. But just a trade is not enough here. Atso just walking out front base. He's got no choice to try to get out. Fire and Ice, they're on one right now. West, they're looking unstoppable.
They're absolutely playing out of their mind right now. This is the Fire and Ice team that can really upset just about anybody. They've made top 4 before. They've made top 5 in some of these bigger tournaments with the HCS, with every team in the world. And so this Fire and Ice team can play with the best of them when they are playing well, and it looks like today they've brought their A game.
And it's unfortunate that they don't get that camo, though. You can see they did have that pink side control for Just Latham, but nobody in position to pick up camo. Instead, Bullet's got it. Noble gets the kill from behind. Big deletion on camo from tapping buttons, though he does stop that from being, real bad before it gets there. But still, it's an 8-kill deficit for Latham that they got to climb back from. Gish Drift is trapped in a horrible spot here. Tapping now alone for a 2v1. I take that back. He's got Atso who flies in and dies instantly. Not a good look for Tapping here either, but he's putting in some nice shots to live up. Beautiful kill, but still 42-31, and the pressure and map control on from Fire and Ice here.
I just don't know a way that Latham can come back in this game. They feel like they've always been trapped. They've never had control. There hasn't been a power-up story that's worked out in their favor. They're trying to push Pink here. He's able to pick up one, but even Drift can't get that double, and because of it, these trades are just amounting to an absolute loss. 47-33. They're not even trades in a sense. Fire and Ice is actually winning every single team fight, it feels like, by a large margin. I mean, this is an absolute showcase of how good Fire and Ice can be when they are playing well. You need to get out of the hole that you're hiding in when you go into loser's bracket, because you are not going to be able to advance to loser's bracket playing like this.
It's a surprisingly dominant performance coming out of Fire and Ice here as they look to close it out with the last kill. Running gets it with a nade. 50-37 for game 2. That's going to send Just Latham into the losers bracket. They got a lot of fighting to do if they want to come back in this tournament at this point. Fire and Ice, not only taking that confidently, just looking like the better team overall. Noble, 17-7 out of this guy. 2,140 damage, so he led the lobby here for sure. Running with some great damage as well, despite the lower slays. But man, Fire and Ice, they're looking different today.
Yeah, Noble playing extremely well all series. Really having the best series I think I've ever seen him have, and that's exciting because he's putting in a lot of work. He's consistently competing in these tournaments, and you love to see the progression of players and just them continue to improve up that mountain that is the tier list of Halo players and pro teams. So Fire and Ice looking like they have a real opportunity here to make a statement and potentially compete with some of the best teams in the world in this tournament.
Yeah, and I think this is a kind of a nice way to see things. It's a different turn of events from what we're used to. We're used to having Just Latham being the more dominant squad. Fire and Ice putting themselves confidently in winner's side here and throwing Latham into losers. Latham, as talented as they are, now they got to turn it on. Now they got to fight back. Now they got to show us what we know they're capable of. So we'll see if Just Latham turn it on when we come back to the loser side of the bracket. But they'll be battling. In the meantime, we're going to focus on winners. We're going to continue with winner's side of the bracket. Before we do that, by the way, make sure to type !giveaway in the chat. We do giveaways every single week here. This time we're giving away some Monster. I believe we also have a backpack to go with that. It's a Monster care package. These are special Monster, as you can see from these lovely photos here. Thank you for the photos. We got Master Chief on the can and ×2 XP. So you've got multiple ×2 XP advantages you can use here when Halo Infinite does come out. Get yourself ahead of the curve and get yourself a little energy as well. These are pretty good drinks. I've been drinking one myself. I don't know if you got one with you, Wes.
I actually drank every Monster that I was sent. And
no way.
I promise you.
You're kidding.
It was wild. Yeah, I blacked out.
4 boxes of 24.
Yeah, I blacked out. It was pretty insane. But I'm going to go bug Richie because I know he has a couple extra ones, and I'm going to go steal one of his. So,
damn.
Looking forward to that.
Wes. I thought Tony was the Monster drinker, but my God.
Dude, with COVID and me just being stuck in the apartment and gaming and Roll 2 driving me crazy when we're playing League and me needing to stay up late and grind that out, it's just been I blacked out, and like I said, before I knew it, I had just hundreds of empty Monster cans surrounding me.
Holy. So there you go. Wes is already on it. Now it's your turn to get on and get yourself some of this ×2 XP Halo Infinite Monster and type !giveaway in the chat to do that. In the meantime, we're going to get into a quick break, and then we'll be back with more winner's side of the bracket, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And we're back. Let's keep the good times going, the good games rolling here, Wes. We've got yet another series on the winner's side. It's going to be the winner of the last match we played up against the winner of the match we watched before that, if that makes sense. We've got Legends team going up against Fire and Ice, right? So you got Bullet, Noble, Running Joan going up against Legends, Kimbo, Legend, Shady, SLG. No, I want to confuse you. I'm building.
Got the winner from 3 series ago playing the winner that we just watched. And for those of you that are just tuning in, you're absolutely lost with this statement. Now I'm just giving you a hard time. Let's see.
Now we know, all right? And it's going to be a Fathom CTF for the first game here. So what we've seen Fire and Ice rip through Just Latham, which is something I think we've never seen before. At the same time, we saw Legend beat KCP plus Boo Boo.
This is going to be a good series.
Yeah, right? What do you think?
I like Legend. Maybe I'm just not sold on Fire and Ice as of just yet, but they looked good against Whatam. But I'm not sure if that was Whatam looking bad or if that was Fire and Ice looking good. This Legends team, I think that these teams are probably pretty even. I think Legends is probably better on LAN, but they're going to have to be playing, like I said, I'll always say this, like playing from Europe, they have their hands full, right? Especially with these online tournaments. But I still think that the way they played against Kansas City Pioneers, like that was impressive. Like they won those games and they played very well. And I think I always put Kansas City Pioneers on like a pedestal because I really do think that they have a lot of young up and coming talent. I know they didn't have Soul Snipe today, but I'm not going to go on a tangent about that. Yeah, give me Legends. I think Legends might make quick work of Fire and Ice. I think that they're playing very well. I think they're very confident, especially after probably the biggest upset that they've created in their careers.
Right.
Let's look to see them snowball this and turn this into a winner's bracket run that maybe consists of a finals appearance.
Okay, so you're going to give the edge to Legends. You thinking like a 2-1, 2-0? It's going to be a confident closeout?
Yeah, let's go 2-0. I think Legends is here to play, and I'm excited for them. I'm going to hype them up today, and hopefully they're going to repay me by playing consistent, which is something that maybe some of these players haven't done in the past. But I believe in change. I believe in evolution. And with that, hopefully they've evolved their gameplay to the level that I saw earlier because that was exciting Halo.
I think I'm with you. I don't know if I'll say 2-0. I'm going to say 2-1, but I do feel like Legends has the slight edge here. I feel like as far as individual players in the team, there's some real heavy hitters here, some very explosive players. And as we jump into a Fathom CTF, you're going to want that explosive play style to get back into their base, grab flag, carry it back out. So I want to kind of lean to Legends. We also saw Shady go off in both of those games in that series. We saw previously he started with a frenzy, and then he went off in the following game in Truth. In the meantime, you do have Noble on Fire and Ice. Noble's playing pretty damn well today also, so you got some back and forth there, which will be nice to see. But Noble's I expect a close series. So Noble's playing lights out, right? So I'm expecting a 2-1. But a hot 2-1, and we'll find out in just a second as soon as we get one more player into this lobby. We'll be ready to go. But Fathom CTF is going to be our first matchup here. What do you hope to see from these teams to succeed?
It'll be interesting, right? We saw Shady do so much work when he was able to get the camo in his series. So if he's able to get a camo on a map like Fathom and impact some of the ways that he was able to really move around the map and control these collapses for his team, I think that really is going to bode well for Legends. I think we saw very similar things out of Noble on his side. So it's like the Noble versus Shady story that we're kind of pairing ourselves up for at the start of this series. How are these two going to be able to impact the game with how well they were playing in the previous series? The other three members of each team are going to have to figure out ways to step up and really impact the game as well, because the further you go in these series, the more difficult teams you play. Solo performances are not going to get the job done. It's got to be a team effort. Everybody's got to be clicking on all cylinders. I think that Legends is more set up for that kind of success, but we'll have to wait and see. Fathom Flag can be one of those game types that can just go against you. Like you can catch just bad beat after bad beat on Fathom Flag. You can also just get extremely great timing and just fortunate spawns where you have the opportunity to overextend and mess everything up for a team that is doing everything right. So it's a very interesting game type to throw into a series, especially for a game one. And it's almost impossible to predict. Like you could watch the two best teams in the world play this game type, and it will be a different story every single time.
Yeah, Fathom Flag, a divisive one for sure. You could see, insanely fast runs through bottom mid if they get the timing for it, or you have, an absolute brawl where it just seems like spawns are endless and there's no opportunity. But here we go. Bullet gonna try to hold down Camo here, but he just gets pelted with nades, and Shady, look who picks it up. He's already got the Camo, and Legend already running that opening flag here. So we talked about Legends having an advantage, having explosive players. I mean, you're seeing it. One flag on the board, less than 30 seconds.
Yeah, Shady already with a camo in his hand. He's already creating such a distraction. We saw, and we talked about the damage that was going to be able to do. It's already manifested into one flag cap. They are going to be potentially risking a counter cap now, as we saw 3 dead, 4 Legends. There's still 2 currently dead. This flag is already going past Red Silo, running this flag into his base. He's going to be able to punch this one in. So yes, Legends did get the first cap, but they sacrificed everything to do it. And because of it, we see the classic counter cap story that we see on a map like Fathom in Halo 5. So no damage, no harm, no foul. Fire and Ice versus Legends already starting off very hot.
Oh. Yeah, Fire and Ice with a beautiful answer back. Legend looking to answer back to that, but he's out of the picture. He does get taken down in red. Shady on our screen, Noble on our screen. Actually, Noble already running another flag. Noble's been playing pretty damn nice in this game so far as well. I see him popping up on the kill feed. Still putting in the damage on Kimbo here. He gets the flag at the same time and somehow lives, which is huge. He's still milking. Still alive. No idea how Noble lives through this. Gets a kill. Nade bounce into the flag. He's getting hit markers and still... I'm beyond words here. The flag does get returned, but Noble is still alive.
Beautiful job by Noble there to fight for his team and stay alive there. Now that's going to be this opportunity we're seeing here. He's going to be able to collapse on the flag, doesn't spot this player in time before he starts taking a little bit of damage. He's going to be able to actually push, no shield, gets a kill, but actually gets traded out. Bullet not going to worry about that player back generator. He's just going to get the flag to bottom middle. There is a railgun up. He doesn't even opt to pick it up. He's just going to continue to run this, and he's going to actually jump into the window. He pushes that one in. That was a beautiful job by Bullet to just disregard all human life on the map and run the flag. And with the awareness that he had, he was able to successfully get away with it. He's actually made his way all the way into the window again, trying to pull off the same stunt. This one's going to get shut down, though, but it doesn't look like a counter cap is going to be in store for Legends. So a 2-1 lead for Fire and Ice here, 2 minutes in the game.
Yeah, but look who's up right now. Got the camo, got the rail, and potentially the final flag one right here. Taking it into Courtyard. He's going to drop it for a second, try to get himself some kills. All the opportunities in the hands of Noble here. He's got himself a killing spree as well. 3 players left to defend this flag, but is it going to be enough? With the rail potentially coming in here, looking to line it up on window. They did get a pull for a counter. And that one's out front. Flag now down in the base. They need to fly in and try to get this return here. Damage coming in. Can't get the kill right away, so they're going to get this touch, and they're going to get this cap. That's a quick game of Fathom CTF, 3-1 on the side of Fire and Ice, despite the opening that we had from Legends and Team. Fire and Ice answer back strong.
Not what we expected at all, but Fathom Flag can do that, right? You get a camo, you get a railgun, you pair it up, you're able to have a lot of success. We saw a killing spree from running with that. 10 kills from Noble, so he's picking it back up right where he left off last series. We don't see the same performance out of Shady, and because of it, you see that story really start to lean towards Fire and Ice in game 1. It's a beautiful job by them, but Fathom Flag is one of those game types that it's always an outlier in a series that anybody, I feel like, can win a Fathom Flag if you are playing it well as a team or just like adapting to whatever situation you're in as a team. It was really unfortunate to see Legends give up that counter cap early on, because that was some momentum that I feel like they could have ran away with, that they lost immediately in the first 30 seconds that they built for themselves.
Yeah, and they also got to do what they can to shut down some of these star players. I mean, I tried to cast that sequence with Noble where I expected him to die in like 3 different instances, and he's living. He's still putting in damage, still getting kills. In the end of the game, he's got camo, he's got rail. So, I mean, when you're giving up all the power-ups, all the money to, to who is the player who's arguably looking best on the team right now, it kind of just adds insult to injury. Noble going 10-4 in that game. Running with 10-6 as well. Nobody else able to break 10 kills because the game was so damn quick, Wes. That was a 3-minute, 24-second game of Fathom CTF. We've seen Fathom go down to overtime, go down to series resets. But when you get a game like that and everything's just clicking, you're getting a round of slays, you pull out the flag immediately after with great timing. I mean, it's nice and quick. It's just over before you know it. So that is going to jump us right into a Kali Slayer coming up next. I mean, so far Fire and Ice look good, but is this where you expect to see Legends kind of rocket off the start?
Yeah, I would hope so, right? I think these teams definitely have the potential to go to Game 3, especially after we see Fire and Ice take Game 1. Kali Slayer, another one of those iffy game types for me, though. It's like if you're talking Slayers in Halo 5, Kali Slayer is one of those ones that can really snowball out of control very quickly, especially if you have a rough start to the game. So pay attention to who wins the early breakout, who gets the snipe, who gets the rockets at the start, because very often we see a lead like 25-7 on Kali Slayer because one team gets complete control of the map with the power weapons, and they just are able to pick apart the other team. Having a good start on this map is crucial to both these teams' success and either shutting the series down in a 2-0 fashion or extending this to a Game 3.
Like any Halo map, it's going to come down to the power weapons. So let's see how it goes. Just loading up the map right now. We can see a pretty wild sniped. We usually see snipe dominant side, opening strats, but we'll see how things split here. Of course, snipe usually being the more impactful power weapon on the map here. You got more shots to work with, more kills to pick up. Rocket's definitely no slouch though as well, so we'll find out who grabs them. But let's get into this. I'll let you kick it off, Wes.
We're gonna jump in. Starting off with Bullet, he's gonna need to pick it up here. Fire and Ice looking to close this series out in a 2-0 fashion. They do not want to find themselves in the Game 3, I promise you that. And we see already Noble going to be very aggressive towards the rocket side of the map. He's actually able to trade running. He's going to be able to pick up a kill and the rockets with him, but that's going to mean snipe goes in the hands of Legends. Running, trying to shoot a cheesy rocket all the way across the map to that snipe spawn. Doesn't quite land the rockets, and the rockets actually do 0 damage, and with that, he's going to actually be out of them. Kimbo ends up with the snipe, unable to shoot a player through that thick steel wall, and because of it, he's going to lose his life as well.
Yeah, so power weapons being dropped left and right here, ultimately landing in the hands of Bullet. Bullet does hit a body for now. He gets that cleanup. And to try to live up here, you can see players spawning over on that blue side elbow, so he does have to rotate. I like that he's staying alive here. Nade coming into cave. Not getting the hit markers yet. Shady going to try to Chalo, do some damage here. Bullet, he hits these shots. He's in has a big opportunity, but he doesn't play that snipe, so that snipe might go in the hands of Legends here if they win these fights. You can see the pressure still on, but Noble going to try to hold it down from Pyramid. Legend, though, he's stuck in there. He got that snipe. Still 2 shots left to work with. He's burning it now. He knows he's in trouble. Terrible spot for Legend to be in. I like this play to burn the weapon, get it out of there as they try to get back this control.
A tough situation for him to find himself in. Does actually burn the ammo to your point, but no damage done with that snipe, and that was the opportunity you wanted to see Legends kind of take advantage of, because right now Fire and Ice, with what looks to be all of snipe control, is going to have a huge opportunity for this map control to transition into kills. They've already got themselves a 4-kill lead. We see Legends taken down. Johan picks up another kill in the kill feed as a kill gets traded out. We got Rockets coming up in 10 seconds. Bullet doing a phenomenal job of maintaining control of this area for his team. He's trying to spot players, but hasn't really gotten too much information for his team until just now. Does locate a player bottom blue, but he turns around. All 3 of his teammates are dead, and then all of a sudden he drops as well. So Legends goes in a 4-kill sweep to take the lead.
Legends bringing it back here. Rockets now up as well, so they're going to look to grab him. Legend, or SLG taking quite a bit of damage there from Snipe's side. His teammate does pick up a big kill. Still nobody with the rockets in hand, so we'll see who does eventually look to pick those up. You can see they're pushing Snipe's side as well, so SLG going to hold that down. The rockets are actually in the hands of Kimbo here, so I wonder what kind of play he's going to make if he's rotating through. I think he's on the bottom of the map. You can see he's making his way through grass, looking for a flank here. Going to try to get the damage in. SLG in the meantime getting the pickup on these kills. Nice shots from him. Not nice enough to stay alive, though. Kimbo still in grass, still being a nuisance. So those rockets are gone, but he got a spree for it.
Yeah, beautiful job by Kimbo to get that kind of damage done from his angle. And it looks like Legends has done exactly what they needed to do to take control of the snipe side of the map for this next time spawning in 3 seconds. There is a player blue catwalk. He's going to be taken down as well. Trades all across the board as Legends maintains this 1-kill lead. They get the snipe. They run away with it. And a great use of teamwork right there to get your sniper out of dodge. And Kimbo's going to reward his teammate with that nice headshot on the running.
Kimbo just getting started here. In a great position in cave. He's got some teammates with him to help him out. You can see 4 players over on Snipe side, though. So he's going to try to wrap over. I'd like to see him to maybe go to elbow and try to get an angle from there. We'll see if he does that. There he goes. To make the rotation. Lost 2 of his teammates as well, so he's in a rough spot. He can play the snipe if he needs to. Just going to look for a pick right now. Lining it up here. Noble first victim here. Nice shots. He does get the kill. Still looking for blood up on Catwalk. Random nade flies in. Almost hits him. That would have been dirty from whoever tossed it. But still doing great damage here. 28 to 26 on the board as he continues this rotation over to red side now and stays up behind his team.
I like what Kimbo's doing to a certain extent, but I want to see him be a little bit faster. He's not impacting the game before his teammates die. Just like we see that's a kill that gets traded out from his team. And yes, he's able to like get this kill, and he's keeping his team in this game from an extent, but his team and himself need to work a little bit more cohesive together in order to like continue to expand on their lead that they just built.
Well, he's got one shot left to put to work here, so we'll see what he does with that. In the meantime, he's still staying up. Bullet does get a kill on Legend. Might be wrapping through red here. Spots one up on Catwalk. No easy shot, though. Can he line this one up? Nice body shot right there. Not enough to get the kill, though. I don't know if anyone's in position to pick it up because he gets 5'd immediately after. So you can see the comeback here coming in from Fire and Ice. Remember, they take this game. They take this series. That's going to definitely put Legend and team on the back foot here as they tie the game.
Yeah, complete snipe control from Fire and Ice. Do they know that these players are going to be spawning at blue, pushing over to red elbow, though? Does look like Seb's going to get double teamed. He's getting taken down. Great job by Kimbo and whoever else that was to get out of their spawn and force some pressure around the map. Legend actually picks up a kill as well, extending the lead to 2, but it gets traded out. Unfortunately, this is going to be a great snipe opportunity for Legends as they push. They have another player, Red Fountain. Are they able to get the pressure they need to spot him? No. He actually makes his way all the way up the catwalk, and Shady eventually takes him down.
Yeah, Shady looking to bring the hurt here. Gonna try to live for now. They're getting shot from multiple angles. One up on Pyramid. That's Noble. Big kill onto Noble. No idea how Shady lives through this. Still staying alive here in Maze. He's got his teammates pushing up through Snipe to help. This is a hell of an aggro chow coming out of Shady there. He does put in damage. Is anybody in position to pick it up? You can see Legend now one shot as well. SLG with 2 big kills. Bullet with a trade here, but now we're at 42 to 40, so tight game. 8 kills left for Legends to close this out. Kimbo with some nice shots here, does back down, so playing his life well. Johan with an opening. Trades left and right here, but ultimately Legends coming out on top, and they're set up for snipe as well.
SLG actually popping off right now. He's got 2 straight back-to-back double kills, and although he loses his life trying to get the snipe to red, it will land in his teammate's hands. His teammate, unfortunately, takes his sweet time to pick it up, and because of it, he's going to actually lose his life as well. 47-43, though. Legends still in the lead as this game looks to be closing out. The Rockets are in the hands of SLG. Running did have the snipe, but Kimbo actually gets a double kill with a nade that takes down 2 players. Not only does that happen, but a last kill goes in favor of Legends, 50 to 44. A great rebound game too. That game was tied up all the way through until the very end, it felt like, but that last set of power weapons spawning and that battle for snipe went in the favor of Legends, and because of it, they were able to kind of cruise into that victory towards the end.
They definitely pulled away at the end. I thought maybe for a second Running might have had a chance with that snipe because he managed to get the kill and collect the sniper. It would have been in his hands to try to swing things back. But by then, I mean, so much pressure coming out of Legends. When I look at that scoreboard, 15-6 out of Kimbo. So we talked about, giving the spotlight to other players, having the opportunity to kind of shine to lead their team. I mean, Kimbo and SLG are the 2 players to look at in that game. Wes, you talked about SLG getting back-to-back doubles there towards the end of the game, the most important point to do so. And that brings our series down to a 1-1 tie.
Yeah, I think SLG, we didn't see his point of view towards the end, but he picked up 2 doubles in the kill feed back-to-back that really impacted the score at the end. Kimbo's stats kind of came from a position of I have the snipe and I'm trying to anchor and not die at whatever extent. He was able to pick up multiple kills while doing so, but his teammates were losing their lives in the process. And it felt like every time Kimbo got a kill, it was because one of his teammates died. And that's like a tough thing to try and fix. And when you have the snipe in that position, it's like you're trying to position yourself to help your teammates, but you're just not able to do it quick enough. I would have liked to see Kimbo being a little bit more involved in some of the battles that his teammates were in. So the stats not telling the entire story, but it was a difficult position, and Kimbo actually did clutch up and get a bunch of kills that he probably could not have gotten. So he kept his team kind of trading kills in that sense, but when you have that position, you want to extend your lead. You don't want to trade. So they can still improve. They can still do better. And even though all of that was happening and it felt like that was going to end up in a loss for Legends, they were able to clutch up at the end and win that. Take this to a game 3. We got strongholds on Eden, and this is going to be for the series. And both these teams highly competitive so far throughout these first 2 games. So very excited to get this one kicked off.
This is it right here. Game to close it out. Find out who goes on in the winner side of the bracket, who drops down to losers. Got the camo still up. Both players fighting for it, but Shady wins that exchange. So that should be an early camo over to Shady. In the meantime, I believe the OS was burned. The overlay is telling me Shady's got a sword too. Don't be tricked by that. He definitely doesn't, but that would be pretty interesting to see. Somebody who does have power-ups or power weapons is Legend, of course, with the rockets here. They'll look to put them to good use. And so far, you can see the early points on the side of Reds. They got Catwalk, they have Red Nest. They got rockets coming into Red Nest, though, from Legend to hopefully get this kill on Bullet, who's being a very hard pick right now. But despite that, they're going to try to turn this around. There we go. Put him out of his misery.
He didn't want to use the rocket. You could see he didn't want to use the rocket, but eventually he had to use the rocket just to get that frustrating player out of the way. But that is 3 straight dead for Fire and Ice, and that's going to result in potentially a trip cap if they're able to defend Red Nest from the catwalk area, and it looks like they're going to have some great damage on the Bullet here. Bullet actually able to do some solid damage himself before getting taken down, but this trip cap could be very, very troublesome for Fire and Ice fans. This is a huge pivotal one-on-one that Noble wins. That's going to release a little bit of the pressure, allow them to probably get Red Nest here. They've already got Blue Bend. It's that catwalk stronghold that we see Noble staring at. You know he wants it, but is he going to be able to make a push for it?
So far, he's doing a great job getting Red Nest, though. That's Red Nest, Blue Bend, so points in the favor of Fire and Ice as he does kind of dive out and get 5 there. So kind of a rough situation for Noble. Blue Bend's going to be very quickly captured by Legend. Now he's going to look to rotate back, get back control of top map here, so this is looking pretty good from Legends as they answer back. We've got the new camo, new OS coming up shortly as well. Big fight for Catwalk happening here as Legend making his way over through the low side of the map. Going to try to extend over for that trip cap if they get the opportunity. You can see trades coming up on the feed here. Legend just looking for somebody to shoot at. He's fighting Ghosts right now. There's nobody on this side of the map. Despite that, though, we got the OS, we got the camo coming up, and he's in the perfect position to get it here. So nice shots into running, keep him back 1 shot. Does finish off Bullet, picks up the OS. This is a big play for Legend here. He's looking for a double or a late double, and maybe a triple as well if he can take out this pest Joanne, but Joanne finishes him off, though the damage is done here. Kimbo's got camo, and he's making his way over to rocks.
Both Overshield and Camo go in the hands of Legends. They do so much damage with the Overshield. The Camo player, I was going to say, is in a prime position to potentially get Camo rockets, but he actually gets outshot, and that was a huge pivotal kill from Fire and Ice that could potentially bring them back into this game. Johan able to get some nice damage onto the players in Red Nest, able to capture Red Nest while doing so. This is a huge play by Johan if he's able to continue this kind of damage output throughout this period of time. Unfortunately, he's going to give his life right there, and Shady's going to look to push Blue Bend. We see Fire and Ice with the trip cap for the moment. Are they going to be able to hold it?
Fire and Ice somehow getting a trip cap out of that situation, though. We had the OS, the camo, almost the rockets as well go over into the hands of Legends, but despite that, they get all the money here on the map. Running, just flying in the catwalk. There's 2 players up there to try to return the favor on that capture. Looks like they haven't quite finished it, though. Joanne going to try to get the defense. You can see players over in Blue Bend just spawning up. They're going to try to run the catwalk still, though, holding on to the 2 cap. I like this little rotation from Joanne. Nice shots from him. That's 2 kills. And an opportunity to get Red Nest as well. So they're pushing for trip once again. Fire and Ice, if they keep this up, they're going to get a hell of a lead here.
Absolutely. Beautiful job by Fire and Ice so far to come back in this game. And not only come back, but to really steal the lead. There's this trip cap still in the making right now. Are they going to be able to defend Red Nest? They got Catwalk being taken over as well. A little bit of an overextension from Fire and Ice towards Blue Bend could result in complete control, swapping favors as we see not only Catwalk get taken, but Red Nest gets taken too. Camo and OS are coming up, and it looks like Shady has his eyes set on another camo play.
Shady already making his way over here, getting himself all the way in the back of the base, setting up shop. Got another nade to work with if necessary. But for now, looking pretty good. You can see 2 kills from his teammates on the feed. Big fight with him and Noble up on Catwalk. He does smartly back down here. He's going to try to stay alive as long as he can, but Noble actually in position to get that camo. He picks it up. It's going to be a burn. SLG just flying in there, so good work from him. Shady, in the meantime, still up. Still putting in that damage. Doesn't get the kill, though. Top Cat, Red Nest, still being controlled from Legends, though. They're going to hold on to this and hopefully get those rockets as well to try to push for more. What the shenanigans on Top Cat. Bullet gets that kill as they try to get back Top Cat here.
Yeah, we have all Fire and Ice spawning towards the catwalk side of blue, and we see multiple players, 4 Legends spawning up at red. They're going to be able to collapse on this from different angles here. Legends doing everything they need in order to force these spawns towards catwalk. A little bit of an exaggeration of a play right there from SLG is going to get him killed. And with that, they're going to risk losing cat or red nest because now players starting to spawn behind them with that overextension. When you start blocking the one place that the enemy team, you've given the enemy team to spawn, they're going to start flipping the map on you. And how do you deal with that? Legends picks up a kill with a grenade. That's a beautiful job on the reset on red nest. And somehow they're making this red nest blue bin setup work.
Oh, Kimbo almost making his way out of that fight as well, though he will go down. Johan here with a big opportunity on Legend, but he doesn't get it. What a kill from Legend right there. These are the types of upsets that'll give him back that map control. 68 points and counting here. Bullet trying to win his fight here to get back Blue Ben, but a player flies in last second, and that gives him a trip cap. And this is the series of unfortunate events that's starting to happen here for Fire and Ice. Can they claw their way back at this point? As you can see, this game barrel out of control here. 77 points and counting. They got to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, you see all of the players in observer mode spawning towards catwalk red side. One spawns in the tower itself. They're going to try and push Blue Ben, and it looks like the tower at the same time. They do give up a free back smack and a nice play by SLG. A cheeky little corner that he's able to hide in, get all the information from the Spartan tracker, and because of it, he's able to actually kill all 4 players. SLG popping off.
We missed the back-to-back doubles last time, Wes. We got him this time. Might even get another set here. Not quite, though. His teammates still finishing off those kills. Either way, the damage is done. The game is done. That's 100-47 to close this series. And Legends, I mean, they fought back with a force. The moment they got control there, they really held on to it.
Great comeback by Legends, especially to not waver after the storm that we saw Fire and Ice kind of throw at them in game 1. It was a very quick 3-minute Fathom flag game for Legends to rebound, regroup, and come back and win this series 2-1. Shows that they are here to play. That's great. And that game 3 was absolutely insane. It was tied up going into the middle of the game, and then all of a sudden we saw a trip cap from Legends that they never really felt like giving up. And even if they gave it up for a split second, they had the pressure they needed to continue the slays and the recapture of whatever stronghold they lost. So phenomenal job by them. They were on top of power-ups and power weapons throughout the second half of that game, and they were rewarded accordingly.
They were, and the scoreboard shows it as well. SLG went 20-12 in that game, so definitely showed up, carried the team just a little bit. He's got the damage as well, so great stuff from him, and that's no doubt in part due to the OS that he picked up at the end where he got those quick 4 kills. So Legends they got the ball rolling today. Fire and Ice definitely looking like a stronger squad than they typically are, taking down just Latham previously in confident fashion. They definitely brought that energy into this series, but Legends, they pull it out in Eden Stronghold. So I'm curious to see how far this team goes. Wes, you said you're kind of cheering for Legends today. They're looking good. At some point, they're going to run into a bit of a brick wall, though, right? Because we've got a bit of a GOAT squad in this tournament as well. I know we got Frosty. I think it's Frosty, Renegade, Saiyan, and Trippy on a team, which is going to be a hell of a squad to go up against. And that's not all. We've got a number of other teams to look forward to. So stay tuned for that. In the meantime, make sure to get your hands on our giveaway. Type !giveaway in the chat, guys. We're giving away a whole collection of monsters and a backpack as well. You get all this together in one package. These are special monsters. As you can see from the lovely photo here, we've got Master Chief and ×2 XP. So some great opportunities to get yourself ahead of the curve the moment Halo Infinite does eventually arrive. Of course, in the meantime, we're still grinding Halo 5. We're enjoying the action here, and we'll continue to do that. Oh, look at it, jumping in the background here, letting us know. Pick up these monsters, guys. ! Giveaway in the chat. You'll get your chance to pick that up. And now we'll continue with this tournament. So stay tuned, guys. We got another matchup coming up in our winners bracket right after the break. Welcome back to more Esports Arena H5. It's time we get underway with yet another matchup, another series here, Wes. This one's going to be a doozy for sure. We've got the God Squad we've been talking about on one side here. This is Saiyan, Frosty, Renegade, and Trippy. I believe they call themselves, what was it, Envy Sen 9? Because there's at least one player out of each one of those teams on this roster. This is a deadly squad. This is the squad that I would say that we kind of predict to win this tournament. They're going to be going up against Legends, and Legends is kind of the star underdog, I would say, at this point. They're performing very well. They're looking hot. They played very well to get here. Of course, that's Kimbo, Legend, Shady, SLG. Is this where the winner's side bracket ends for these guys? What do you think?
This is the winner's finals. And this is where
the winner's final.
This is where their winner's bracket run ends. I think everybody in this tournament pretty much understands that they're competing for second, and if they don't, they're gonna wake up and realize that when they play against Envy Sin 9, right? This Envy Sin 9 is and for lack of better terms, God Squad. You look at the individuals on this team, the credentials that they show up with, their individual performances and their capabilities. They're just gonna outclass just about everybody in the world in Halo 5. I mean, you have 4 of the best Halo 5 players that ever played, and they are all currently in their prime, right? Like, and we're giving Trippy a lot of credit to be throwing him in the names with Renegade and Frosty, and I guess Saiyan too, but Saiyan's kind of proven himself as an individual as of like the past year in Halo 5. But Trippy's been stepping up his game. He's been playing at such a high level. We know what Frosty and Renegade are going to bring. So to me, I'm more excited to see, is Legends able to kind of compete at any level with this team, or is this going to be an absolute steamroll? And that's like the story that I'm looking out for. -1 is a rough start.
-1, yeah.
Even if they start at -1 flag caps, I probably would still take them as a betting man to win the game outright. But they're going to get this game underway in just a second. I think, for me, if Legends is able to really show that they can compete with this team, maybe that bodes well for their future opportunities in tournaments, because they've already made themselves to the winners finals. They've already wrote a phenomenal story here today where they've created win after win after win against teams that are highly competitive. They're at least guaranteed top 3. Are they going to get second? That's going to be like the losers bracket. That's the losers finals that decides that. So depending on who they play there and how well they play, that is going to be another story that I look forward to. And not to just chalk them off, but if you've been paying attention to Halo at all in the past year, you kind of understand what we're going into watching this series.
Definitely. So this is a good test for Legends and team. Do they have basically what it takes to hang with these boys? Can they put up a good series? Can they maybe take a game? I don't know. We'll find out here. It's going to obviously start with our Truth CTF and Saiyan's POV as they look to defend the camo.
Yeah, we'll have the play by Shady to try and make this play on camo. He is actually going to trade his life off due to Renegade pushing that through. Renegade's actually going to be able to pick up 2. That's already 3 dead for Legends. The flag's being run.
There goes the flag.
And this is what Envy Sin 9 is all about. Efficient slays. They're going to dominate from start to finish, and they've already claimed the first flag 30 seconds in.
What a fast flag. Already getting more slays here. Going to put pressure back on blue base and try to do it again, but there is a pest back in red. Big play from Kimbo there to kind of reverse things, stop the pressure for a second. Maybe flip this around, but Frosty there, he's trying to get some sort of damage into Kimbo here. Kimbo's still living and being a nuisance, so this is actually a pretty big play from Legends to get a flag of their own, put that one out, and see if they can get something going here. You can see a counter is currently being ran. You got Tommy and Trippy sitting in that blue base, looking to take out Kimbo here. Kimbo, who made such a massive play in red's going to go down quick, and that double stack comes in. So all that work, all that effort, being very quickly turned around there by the red team as they have the flag once again. No car bubble spawners might shut this down. We'll see Trippy still holding on to it.
Yeah, fortunate spawns for what looks like to be Legends' ability to stop this cap from happening, and those 2 kills are going to basically guarantee that this flag is going to be returned. Great job by Legends to use those advantages that the spawns gave them in order to get that return. They're actually going to be running a flag of their own, so they're going to have the opportunity here to tie this game up. That flag is already across pink. Yes, he's no shield, but there's not going to be anybody in position to finish him off. So that's going to be punched in. Great job by Legends to create a scenario where you tie this game up, because early on it did not look good.
And they don't let that fallback from Kimbo kind of shake up their momentum, right? They continue to go back in the base, grab yet another flag, and just try again, and they make it work this time. So 1-1 on the board. Nice double coming out from Shady, looking for the triple here. Can he get it? He can't. On to Trippy. Somehow the man lives. Camo coming up here. Kimbo with a big kill. Still putting on the pressure here. A second flag comes out, and the camo now in the hands of Shady. So a huge advantage for Legends as they look to sink in yet another flag here. One player left to get the defense. That's Frosty, but Legend rips him off his spawn, and that's going to be planted in. So we talked about whether or not Legends could fight back, maybe take a game. They're looking like they might be able to do it, Wes.
Yeah, I think this is all very, very interesting. Legends is taking a phenomenal approach to the opportunity that they were given, but this is all still spiraling from me and my point of view. This is all still stemming from that flag run that they had Car, or that we saw MV 9 run Car. Ever since then, they haven't gained control of the base, and with that, a third flag is being pulled. It's already gotten itself towards pink side of the base, but 2 kills. Saiyan and Renegade are going to clutch up, get this return, and like clockwork, they're going to have their first opportunity back at map control since that debacle that went down Car side of the map.
Nice quick re and pressure's back on. So on board with Trippy here. Saiyan does take 2. Trippy with nice shots here to back that player down, but doesn't get any kills. Saiyan does clean that up. It's a trade in bottom base. Trades are great for defense. The Legends, though, as they stop that pressure on the flag just a little longer here. Kimbo, in the meantime, he's making his way to red. He's all the way under the base already. So Kimbo, he's done this before in the beginning of the game. He's doing it again here, trying to be sneaky. Shady comes in with a chow. Kimbo with the melee to finish him. These are big kills right here. Car side spawns as well. Renegade spawning up. Nice shots from him to get that defensive kill. Gonna hold on to Car side, look for the overextend here. So they didn't succeed in pulling out that flag. It was a good attempt from Legends, but once again, top map control gonna go over to our MV 9 squad as they look to apply pressure once again.
Yeah, we saw a huge triple out of Trippy, I believe, in the kill feed there, and that was actually a moment where I thought Legends could potentially get a few kills and end this game and take game 1 in this series. Fortunately, Trippy's able to pick up that triple kill, continue this game on, and now it looks like MV 9 is going to be in complete control of Legends base. We already see one player overextending towards the Car side of the map. Are they going to be able to get the timing they need? Trippy finds a kill in the kill feed again. Another double in the kill feed, and this is going to be punched in from what it looks like. Renegade's point of view, that's going to tie this game up, and hopefully Legends is able to get control of their base to subside the damage that is being done.
Hopefully, because what happened to the camo at the same time, right? That was happening during the camo. Renegades somehow lived in that exchange, and another flag was being pulled. That's Frosty, who has the camo, by the way, as well. Wes, you're freaking out about something. What did I miss?
How did Legend not kill Renegade right there? Yeah, no, Legend not killing Renegade is going to end this game right here, because I don't know why he's shooting this gun. He can just punch this one in. Exactly. And this is going to end the game because Renegade is able to stay alive, actually somehow win that one-on-one when he's completely no shield and Legend shoots 4 or 5 times and doesn't kill him. He's going to be severely punished with actually the game ending in favor of MV 9. It's kills like that that cannot slip through your hands. You have to clutch up. You have to get the kills you're supposed to get. Even with Renegade going 5 and 8, they find a way to win.
Definitely unfortunate turn of events. Had Renegade not survived there, that could have been a totally different result. So you definitely have to
clutch
because you got to clutch up.
If Renegade's dead, Frosty has to run the flag, and then all of a sudden, like
alone.
That
with the camo too,
player, that camo player is no longer able to pressure the spawners, and that can heavily impact that flag run. But because Renegade's able to get that kill, stay alive, get his shield back, run the flag, they now have an extra resource in a camo player, in Frosty, the best player in the fucking world, in order to come around, flank, and allow pressure. Like, excuse my language, but like, that's a very significant kill that just lost you a game in the winners finals. You can't have that happen.
You can't. Despite all that, Legends did a pretty good job fighting back. For a second, I thought they might have had a chance to win it. And that's the unfortunate thing, and it makes you even more angry, right? Because they were so close to winning the game, let alone just defending, their position. They had a few flag runs that were very close to, coming out and being secured. And it just came down to those crucial 1v1s, whether or not they took them, that would have sealed it out. But that's it. That's how the cookie crumbles. So time for game 2. It's going to be Rig Slayer coming up next. And remember, it's a best of 3 series. So if our MV Sen 9 squad wins this, then they're going to be taking the series, be sitting in grand finals. But of course, we'll find out here. We got the camo to fight for. We've got the sniper as well. If Frosty gets his hands on this snipe, Wes, this could be a quick game. So we'll see what happens here if Legends can fight back.
Honestly, if any of these members,
if any of them get it,
NVSIN 9 get the snipe, this game could end quickly. I think if you are a fan of Legends, if you're a player on Legends, if you're the coach, you have to be expressing the importance of not only getting power-ups and power weapons, but making sure Renegade and Frosty don't get those. Making sure Saiyan doesn't get any of those either. Like, they're all problems with that. And Frosty, the hottest 5 you ever seen to start this game off.
Yeah, Frosty with a hot 5 for sure. That camo, I think, got picked up by the Demon, by the way. Renegade has it. He's still being a nuisance trying to live up, and he succeeded. That snipe, though, in the hands of SLG, so SLG going to look to put in shots here. If Renegade doesn't put a stop to it, though, Renegade being sneaky here. 2 big kills. Renegade, look at this. Oh, for a second, I thought he was going to jump over his head with the backspack there, but not quite. So big kill from Renegade. Now, I mean, he's still keeping it up, looking like Jaws here, sneaking up on everyone. That's a big kill on Kimbo. He's got Joey outside. He's got Saiyan in front of him. And the bunker side spawns here. So not a good look for Legends. The sniper's gone over to the teammate as well. I think that might be trippy.
Yeah, beautiful job by Renegade. A little bit of a blunder from Legends to not really assist each other, knowing that Renegade has camo somewhere. You need to group up. You need to make sure that he's not able to isolate players like Legend right here, because he's going to be able to get this kill and potentially stay alive. Fortunately, they're able to take him down, but the damage has been done. It's 12-5, and this is just the first camo and the first snipe that have been in the hands of NVSIN 9. This is exactly what I feared for this Legends team, that they were able to give up both the power-up and the power weapon to a team like NVSIN 9. This game could get ugly.
Definitely could. There's the last bullet in the snipe, though, so don't have to worry about that for a bit. And the shotty in the hands of Frosty, so they got a new thing to worry about. They got the double from Frosty. He's going to look for a triple there, but he had to live up. Gets taken down. That last player, that's Legend, trying to do some work to stop the bleeding, slow the bleeding. But at this point, 17-8 as they continue to pull away. Saiyan up on T3. SLG with a good back 10. You can see Shady. There's a spring jump battle happening over in tower there. Renegade going to get his kill on Bunker. Almost take down Shady there. Saiyan in position to help out. Trippy with the kill here. So every single time one of these players die, they at least have a trade to answer back, if not more. Now it's 20-10.
Yeah, 10 kill lead. You got camo coming up here in about 10 seconds, and we're going to see the battle for camo really impact how this mid game's going to go. Unfortunately for Legends fans, you see all of Envy kind of inside on the map, playing for it. They have to compete for this camo. They can't afford to give it up, because we saw what kind of damage a camo player can do against them early on in this game. Unfortunately, it's already in the hands of Frosty. He's already started the damage with a nice 5.
Last time it was Renegade. This time it's Frosty. Let's see what he can do. So far, he's already got a kill. He's got a shotty as well. What do you know? So plenty of work he could put together here. As soon as he finds that opportunity, got one back cat, got one in basement, just victims everywhere. Kimbo's the first one to go down. Shoddy now. Looking for SLG here. Should be a nice clean kill. Trippy gets one as well. It's a spree and a double for Frosty. Last player up, Legend in bottom nest, and he's looking trapped like a rat. 30-15, Wes. This is a blowout.
30-15, NVSIN 9 not going to make this game look like anything like Game 1 looked like. You saw them get down to an early lead in Game 1. That's not going to happen here. 34-16, Frosty doing it all. You've given up 2 camos to probably 2 of the best players in the world. These players have done nothing but had success when getting those camos. It's all about stopping them preemptively before they're able to get these things, because once it's in their hands, we've seen first point of view what they're able to do with it.
Yeah, 37 kills is what they've done so far. Looking pretty damn good. Shady gonna have to shoot as well as he possibly can just to win a single fight here. You can see how accurate these guys are. SLG does have sight, so this is a good way to keep it, out of the hands of the enemy, but you gotta execute with it. So there's a nice headshot. Shady with a 5 as well. That's what you like to see. Gonna try to clean up this player that's Renegade with nice shots to stay alive and underpass, but Frosty goes down to Kimbo. A bit of a comeback maybe happening here, but Renegade, how does he get that kill from Trench? Renegade still with the damage on the Legend.
What are those shots from Renegade, and what is that death from SLG? Like that,
I don't know.
It cannot happen. You cannot afford to overextend like that. You can't afford to continue to challenge a player like Renegade. You know he's not going to miss, especially when you're just a standing bot trying to no-scope him. So that's a huge mistake, right? Another camo, another power-up in the hands of Renegade. And this is going to be all she wrote. This is pretty much what we kind of expected to see out of NVSIN 9. And not to bash on Legends too much, because, yeah, they're playing from Europe. Yeah, they're playing the best, probably 4 players in the world right now at Halo 5. And it's just such an uphill battle. And we've seen nothing but good things from them earlier on in the day, so we know how strong this team is capable of. They were just unable to kind of repeat those performances here in our winners finals.
Well, with the double from Renegade, we get 48. Looking for 49 right here. Legends just flying out in the open. This should be the final kill to close it. Trying to stop that from happening, but that is futile. And that's going to be a victory. Is it a stake? It is a stake, Wes. 50-27 in winners finals. We got a stake to close out the series. That is rough for anybody in the loser side of the bracket who looks to fight them again when we get there in grand finals. But I feel like the story of today's tournament, just off of how dominant that game was, is the losers bracket, Wes. I feel like the losers bracket is going to be tight. We're going to have some hot matchups there. But once you get down to these Titans in grand finals, it's like nobody can hang with them. How do you take down these? They're arguably some of the best players in Halo 5, if not, the 4 best, maybe minus a couple others. This is it's a rough go.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a recipe out there yet to beat these guys. Until someone cooks that up and shows me it, then I'm just going to continue to say that these guys aren't going to get beat. But the recipe definitely doesn't include giving Renegade 2 camos and giving Frosty the 3rd, because that will result in what we just saw, an absolute slaughter. We're going to actually hop into another series that's going down right now, though. Falling Esports versus Turbo Turtles here in the losers bracket. And I already am rooting for Turbo. I'm already rooting for Turbo Turtles. I'm sorry to all the Falling Esports fans out there.
They're winning.
I'm a big turtle guy. I like turtles. And they already have a lead, it looks like.
Yeah, so put that series we just watched into the memory there. That's going to seal out that grand finals. We're now in the loser side of the bracket here, and Nemesis is going to take a big rocket from Ryan Noob. By the way, these Turbo Turtles they're not slouches. These are pro players here. We got Ryan Noob, Rain. There's Musa as well. This is pretty exciting. What a series.
Yeah, and we tune in. Turbo Turtles has like a 15-point lead. Falling Esports actually has a trip cap this entire time that we've been watching. They've been able to steal the lead, and it's starting to climb. They lose the trip cap, but Blue Bin, if you're going to give up a stronghold, that's the one you want to give up. Try and defend Catwalk from Red Nest. Beautiful position from Ryan Noob and the boys. I didn't have any idea who Falling Esport was, but now that I'm starting to see some of these names, it kind of makes sense that we're going to see them throughout this bracket. They have some heavy hitters. Ryan Noob, Brain, Musa. I mean, even Envor at this point has built himself such a successful name in Halo 5. He's going up against Cloud and the guys that I have a lot of history with and a lot of love for, but they're going to be probably outclassed here towards the end of this game.
Right. I got a little mixed up there, but these are really interesting squads. So Turtles, you got Cloud, Nemesis, Rami, and Stress, that's a very interesting addition there. Stress, of course, grinds plenty of Halo 5. Very talented player, but you don't often see him in a roster like this. So it's nice to get a little Stress action here. It would also be nice to see a bit of his POV if possible. But this game's over, Wes. 97 and counting. We talked about Falling Esports and the talent on this squad. We're seeing it now as they clean that up nice and quick. 99 apparently to 66, but that's over. That was definitely a game over. And that's just game 1 in our best of 3 series.
Yeah, unbelievable comeback, I would say, from Falling Esports, because when we joined, they were down 20, right? So they got control. They know what to do with control. These guys are veterans. But there's a lot of big, heavy hitters on both sides. And unfortunately, one of them being a national champion in Cloud, one of my past duo.
Let's go.
Best player in the game in Halo 3, if you had to ask me. But not the best player in the game in Halo 5, and still working on coming back into the scene and competing at a high level. He's going to have a poor performance there in Game 1. Looking at him to step it up in Game 2 to make this series interesting, but it might not just happen yet. I know he's just getting back into the swing of things, and that's not the easiest thing to do, especially when you're playing against people like Ryan Noob and Rain that are going to be efficient with their kills. I'm trying to remember the squad, because you got Musa in there as well. And there was one point where they were on Team Trifecta, where Musa and team were really a force, right? They had these massive performances. I can't remember, was it? I think Musa and Ryan Noob were on that team together. Correct me if I'm wrong. They had a big matchup against Sane's team.
And I think Rain might have also been in that team as well. So there's some good chemistry. There's some history with that trifecta team that they're taking directly into this, and then just put Envor in there as well. And Envor, he's an up-and-comer, and he's been grinding Halo 5, getting better and better. He's really earned his spot on some of these top teams now. So it's great to see. So it's going to be tough for these Turbo Turtles to really make things happen here. They're going to have to do it on Regret Slayer, which is arguably one of the fastest map game type combos we could see in Halo 5 because it's so close quarters. So hopefully they're extra turbo today. They're moving quick because as far as I know about Turtles, they're not quite the fastest bunch, Wes. We'll see.
Yeah, they're gonna have to play at a whole different pace than a Turtle if they want to pick this one up, right? I think game 2 is gonna be tough. Like I said, these guys in Halo 5, Envor, Musa, like Ryan and Rain, like not only do they have a ton of experience together outside of like the addition of Envor, but they've been putting in a lot of time and a lot of work into every Halo, and they've been really grinding throughout this year. I know Cloud kind of stepped away from the scene for a long time, is trying to come back, and that's not an easy task. And there's a lot of guys on this team that have like solid names. I'll say Ramey had some minor success in Halo 5 and whatnot, but not to the extent of this Falling Esports team. There's a matter of just two different dynamics going on right now, and it'll be very telling if Turbo Turtles is able to compete with this team, because that would mean that they're playing at a very high level for their standards, in my opinion, currently.
Well, they managed to turbo their way over to OS to start the game, so that's a good look to start. It's also 3-0 on the board. Nemesis going to try to hold on to the rest of this OS, sneak his way up the P2 as they get back to top map control here. You can see Rain going to make his way over to Car. Nemesis putting the shots into blue base onto Ryan. So they want to get this early pressure in and that momentum in, because that's going to give them some sort of a cushion to work with if things aren't quite working out. Rain right now doing a good job staying up, but you can see how quickly this red team comes back to top map and starts to turn the favor around here. Now 5-2 on the board as they try to climb back. Stress with a bit of a flank here as well. Nice to see some Stress, POV.
Yeah, Stress getting a double kill in the kill feed. Cloud picking up a double of his own. And with that, it's going to be a 9-2 lead from Turbo Turtles. You love to see it. The hot start on Regret Slayer can really start to snowball. One of our most snowball game types in Halo 5 as well. It is going to be Regret Slayer. If you get this team, if you get the enemy team spawning at a base and you're able to get top mid control and have different angles on them, it is very difficult for that team to push out efficiently and trade kills in that manner. And it looks like they're going to be able to continue to extend this lead. Great job by Cloud to stay alive there. 11-3. You already see the score getting out of control. And this could be an amazing opportunity for Turbo Turtles to somehow find themselves in a game 3 after what we saw was a second half lopside in game 1.
Things definitely looking good so far. 13-4. I mean, the scoreboard says it. Cloud doing a good job just staying alive and isolating the spawns as well. They're forcing that red side spawn so they know what's coming, though you can see a very quick little turn of events here. Ryan Noob and team, they do get their kills. Rain now has the combo. They forced a blue side spawn here, so they're going to look to create that same collapse that we saw coming out of Turbo Turtles at the start. Rain just going to try to find the opportunity. Nemesis, the first victim here. You can see Stress and teammates still up. Rammy going to try to get the chow in. This is just the power of the combo. Nice deletion right there. UOS up. Stress somehow picks up that UOS. So big grab from him, though it might be a quick burn. You can see the pressure coming in hot from Falling Esports right now.
Yeah, what was almost a 10 kill lead is now down to 6. We see Stress with the overshield. Is he able to do anything? A majority of his overshield's knocked off by a player from across the map, and because of it, he's not really able to do too much, but I guess it was just enough for his teammates to pick up 3 kills as the lead gets extended to 8. A beautiful job by all of Turbo Turtles to kind of get those kills in a fashion where they weren't going to be able to be traded out in that sense, and because of it, they have this entire team once again spawning at blue. Turbo Turtles has been in control for about this entire game.
Stress doing some great work here. Shots coming in from him, good damage. Rammy gets the pickup. You can see Ryan Noob still living up on Car side, so he's going to try to be a slow play, but Stress doing everything he can to be a nuisance on the map. Almost gets that fight under Rain, but he goes down. That was a bit of a solo chow there. And he doesn't win. Now you can see top map control just very confidently in the favor of Red here as they get the nades coming into Car. The claps coming in. Musa looking to get confident here, though. Cloud shoots him off, so good shots from him, but you can see that feed stacking up here, 18 and counting as they close that lead pretty pretty conveniently or quickly.
Yeah, you could see all of Turbo Turtles was stuck top blue in a very difficult position. We talk about it all the time. I've mentioned it a few times this game, and all of a sudden this game is now tied up. Falling Esports, you gave them control of the map one time, and they've been able to tie this game up. What was once a 10-kill lead, now a tied game on Regret, and it looks like Falling Esports is going to be able to pick off this player that is by himself at red. He's able to actually stay alive for a little bit longer and actually trade. That's a great job by Stress to buy time and pull resources towards him, potentially allowing the rest of Turbo Turtles to get out of blue. We're going to have to see if that's the case.
Yeah, but at this point, they've lost all their momentum. The collapse coming into blue base as well, and they have no time, no luxury to get over to OS here. Envoy's already set up for it, so that's a free OS for red. And now 27-23, now they're putting the hurt on as well. 28, Envoy running in, looking for a double here. Still got players spawning up in red, so Stress going to take some of the action. He does live up. Big live from him so far. Envoy, though, he's looking for him. Nade into the bottom of the base. This Nemesis hiding in a corner and to try to peek. So they're doing everything they can to try to get rid of this OS from Envoy, but Envoy just kind of, he's ready. He's a step ahead. 31-27, so still a close game. Still, in the realm of, winnable territory for this blue team, but it's a rough position to be in to lose your momentum after having it for that first half of the game.
Yeah, it's deflating, right? You had everything going right. You felt like you were in control this entire game, and all of a sudden you're down 5. You blink and you look at the scoreboard, and it's all of a sudden not in your favor. What feels like a game that you should have ran away with, you are actually going to potentially lose if you don't step it up right now, and it doesn't look like Turbo Turtles has the answer they need to get out of the base. Once again, they're stuck at blue. You see multiple members getting shot from unsuspected players, but an opportunity now that Rami somehow find his way around top middle to pick up that kill could be what they need to get out of this base successfully.
Nemesis with some nice shots up onto that ring 3. He gets a trade with Envoy. It's something. Cloud right now in trouble as well. Rain helping out here. Rain with the nade here. Going to try to back down Stress. Stress in kind of a rough spot here. We'll see who wins this exchange. It's a big kill from Stress right there. 4-kill game. As they hold on, try to bring it back. We got the OS coming up as well. That's going to be the game-winning OS, I'll say, if it doesn't get burned. As we get down to the final 10 kills here, they're slowly pulling back. Stress making a huge play to live here. Getting hit by team nades and everything. He does go down. He doesn't get that kill. Now on board with Musa. 41-36. New OS coming up as well. So they have to stay up in this situation. If they lose their numbers here, it's going to be a free OS, the team that takes it. But Nemesis right now, that's a big kill from Musa. Musa in position for OS. Nobody really here to stop him. There we go. Pressure coming in. That's Stress. He might be able to get it. He does have it. So it's a big play from Blue as they try to come back. And almost a backsmack comes in there from Musa, but not enough.
Still a 7-kill lead for Falling Esports. Make it 6 as Stress pushes with this overshield. Make it 5 as another kill goes in the favor of Rami. This overshield nearly gone, but the deficit still remains 46-40 right now. Stress is playing pretty much lights out for what I've seen. I mean, he could have gotten maybe 1 or 2 more kills off his point of view, but they've been in such tough positions for him to kind of fight out of. 48-40, this game is all she wrote right now. Stress being absolutely swarmed on by multiple players. Falling Esports is going to close this series out, advance through the losers bracket, and Turbo Turtles, unfortunately, their tournament run is at an end.
Turbo Turtles put up a pretty great fight, though. The first half of that game, they were dominating the first half of that game. They had a pretty comfortable lead that they held on to, despite the consistent, answers back that we saw from Red Team. They would still hold on to that lead. It's just the moment they lost it is the moment it just feels like they lost everything, right? The OS went over to Musa and team, and they just continue to put on the pressure, the damage. You can see the final scoreline here. Musa getting 15 kills, 10 deaths, 2003, just over 2,200 damage from him. And over 2,000 damage from most of the players on Red Team here. They're all looking pretty damn good. And it's kind of what we expected as far as the result goes. But good fight from Blue Team to try to hold on there. Just not enough from Turbo Turtles. Too bad. I like the name, Wes. I wanted to see more.
Yeah, they'll be back. And I'm not sure if they'll be rocking Turbo Turtles or not. I'm not sure. I'm not aware if that's going to work. But if it is, I like the name.
Should be. Either way, we're going to jump right into another series here. This is a brand new series, 0-0 on the board. It's actually just started, so this is quite convenient. You can see this is just Latham who went down early in the winner side of the bracket. They're going to have to fight their way back, and they got a hell of a team to go up against here. We've got KCP plus Boo Boo Doo Boo. So instead of Soul Snipe, we've got Boo Boo to replace him.
Yeah, and this team is a team that we are typically always talking about being in the finals of these esports arena tournaments. For them to get bounced into the losers bracket so early was a shock to me. And I expect them to rebound and have a losers bracket run, but they're going to run into Just Let Am, which is a team that's more than capable of upsetting them if they're playing poorly like they were in the winners bracket. So both these teams kind of underperforming through their winners bracket runs, and both looking to rebound here in this series, but one of them is only going to be the victor of this series. We see an early lead for Just Let Am as we see tapping buttons staying alive. This is beautiful by him, and to find an angle on this player, Red Bin, would have been so nice to pick up that kill from his team, but Druck's going to actually get a kill as that all happens. Great job by tapping buttons, though. He's being such a nuisance and forcing so many resources to pay attention to him right here that he's really being productive.
If anyone's going to make that rebound, I feel like Tapping's the man to do it. And so far, he's been staying alive for the last, like, at least 45 seconds to a minute here, just circling around this catwalk underneath as well. Being such a hard kill. He does finally go down. Half captured catwalk, but there's nobody really in position to, to seal it out. Too many players on red just looking at it there. 17-10 on the score line. So KCP doing a pretty good job controlling the start of this game. Nice kill from Talik as well. Just an answer back. They're going to try to push back up the top cat. We got the OS, we got the camo spawning up as well. So crucial point in the game here. You can see the advantage right now. Looking like it's going to be in the hands of KCP. That's the OS. They're going to immediately fly to tower, waste no time, try to get some angles onto that camo. If they control both, this is huge. So it's all going to go to Talik. He's the Terminator right now.
Great job by Talik to be aggressive in this position. He's going to end up picking up a double with that reward. That's a killing spree as well. Is there a player to his left, though? It does look like they're going to be spawning blue side of catwalk. He is able to take this player down to no shield, and these are some fast kills that will continuously keep Just Let Am down members throughout these rotations. They're doing such a good job of staggering these kills to where Just Let Am is not playing a 4-on-4 game up until this point. This trip cap is starting to get out of control. 45-10, the score continuing to climb.
Yeah, this is looking rough. You can see these players now stuck on spawn. They're getting shot at the moment they spawn up. So that's 3 dead once again. That last player over on red side catwalk, and he knows it's a blue side spawn. So Talik just, he's a one-man wrecking machine right now, just flying through, getting in all the right positions, putting this damage into blue Ben. So he does try to slow that down, though. He gets melted nice and quick. This is a good job from Latham to try to use their numbers to get back one capture at least and slow the bleeding here. But 60-10. So by the time they finally get there, this game is more than half over. Boo Boo, by the way, in such a sneaky spot. He's got his teammates outside red, so now he's going to wrap. Try to get the damage in here. Shots into tapping. That's a first kill from him. You got Drift still living up on the fan here. Shots from Boo Boo. Doesn't get the trade, so big kill from Drift, but can he stay up? You got Manny there to pick up the pieces, and he does just that. And back and forth the trades go, but ultimately 69 points and counting as Latham tries to get themselves this double cap here.
Yeah, and then they almost need a trip cap to come back in this game. 71-11 is too much to ask to be able to hold a setup like this in order to crawl back into this game steadily, right? You're not going to outplay KCP by that much of a margin. So if in my head, if I'm a Just Let Am player, I'm focused on a trip cap at some point. But these power-ups and power weapons are going to be able to allow you to do that. You need to focus on the overshield and the camo that are coming up. And it looks like KCP has got their hands on the rockets.
Yeah, KCP getting everything once again here. So Talik has the OS. He actually doesn't opt to fly to camo this time right away. So that camo, it does look like red is in position to get that, though, because you can see all 4 blue players are outside, and Talik shooting everything. Boo Boo gets a kill as well. It's 2 dead. Remaining 2 players on the fan, and Talik wasting no time putting his foot on the pedal here. Gets backspacked for his troubles. It's a nice job stopping the OS, but it's kind of too little too late, Wes. They got a trip cap. We're hitting the 90-point mark. I'm going to call it.
Yeah, this game is basically all she wrote. Druck picks up a kill or 2 here with this camo. Even denies catwalk for a little bit, allowing his team to get in kind of position to contest it. This game is going to be all she wrote. A nice back smack play by Druck. Plays it slow, reads the situation perfectly. And with that 96 and climbing, none of the players for Just Let Am look like they're going to be in a position to really contest the stronghold or 3-cap it. So that's going to be game 1, going in the hands of KCP and Boo Boo. A very strong performance. That's exactly what you want to see out of them if you expect this team to make it back to the finals.
100-13. Yeah, that's a hell of a scoreline. I'm trying to remember who they lost to now that I think about it. Do you remember the series that the KCP... Oh, it was Legends, right? Legends who took them down.
Lost to Legends.
Yeah, so Legends, they were looking great in that series. They carried that energy through, but then they got kind of demolished over in grand finals. I'm wondering if this is the team that claws their way back, that takes down Legends and Losers finals, maybe, and then gets a shot up in grands. Because I feel like this is the other team that has a chance here, right? We've got most of Funk. It's 3 members of the previously Fung 4 squad. And those 3 are used to winning esports arena tournaments. They had done that time and time again. And then you got Boo Boo Doo, and Boo Boo Doo is a hell of a champion himself. So that's a pretty good recipe for success. So we'll see if that works out. We are jumping into our next game here, though it says I'm on the Cyan team, so we might be recreating this one real quick. But it's going to be a Regret Slayer next, Wes.
You're starting to think like me.
Yeah,
and what I mean by that,
maybe get the grands. This could be the team.
We've seen it 100 times. And finally, we're starting to catch on, right? KCP, they're going to be in the finals. You can already book it. They have their eyes set. They have their eyes set on Legends, and I expect these guys, with the individual players that are on that team, I expect them all to kind of take it as a gut shot that they lost in winners bracket to Legends, and to really be able to pick it up and bring a little bit more to the table when these guys are going to eventually match up in the losers finals. I don't mean to get too far ahead of ourselves throughout the losers bracket, but like I said, seen it 100 times. I'll see it 100 more. Looking forward to a KCP versus the NV-Sin 9 series, though. I think that really would have the potential to be a good one.
Yeah, I think maybe it's taken some time to get the synergy going here, but the more matches they play, the more they build up that momentum, the more I think they're going to start to dominate, and they'll carry that right into that losers finals match with Legends, if so. But first, they got to get there. First, Just Latham. We know they're no pushovers. They're going to do what they can to try to defend their tournament life here. But 4-1 to start, the OS in the hands of Talik. So a pretty perfect opening strat that they're looking to just, add insult to injury on top of here. You got a double kill out of Talik, and he's already making his way back to red to keep the pressure up.
It's all mental, and these guys are starting to gain the confidence that we did not see them really playing with earlier on, whether or not it be they just woken up, they're just starting to get into the groove of things. Whatever it is, they needed a little bit of a shell shock in winners bracket to wake them up. They're starting to play confident. We're seeing 5s at the start of games. We're seeing Talik be aggressive. We're seeing him play smart. And the scoreboard is aligned with everything we're saying, right? 10-3, KCP already starting off exactly what you expect from the veterans at this point.
Talik still up, still putting in that damage. 12-5 here. Nice ground bounce with that nade. He doesn't get the kill, though. Drift narrowly escapes that situation. Now on board with Boo Boo. Boo Boo going to control top pink side. Shots into Drift here. Going to try to finish him off, and he does. 13-7 on the board here, so a comfortable 6-kill lead. They look to continue to add to. Pelu right now being a nuisance, not good enough. He's out of the picture. Boo Boo right now going to have to take a 2v1 on that Atso and tapping. Somehow he gets a 5 and a double. It's a big play from him, and they hold on to the 6-kill lead.
Beautiful shots by Boo Boo there. We have OS coming up in about 25 seconds, so nothing to worry about too much right now on Regret. You can pretty much die 3 times before that's going to respawn. And with this, I love this positioning by Manny. He's not going to really push into blue right here. He's just going to contain these members of Just What Am in blue, making them forced to push out maybe car side or front to base. That's going to allow his teammates better angles to have success. But he's actually going to get killed by a spawner that spawned up at red. So a little bit of a lackadaisical setup from KCP could potentially help Just Let Am get this next overshoot.
Definitely can. They should already be on it, unless it's a late OS. I would have figured it would be grabbed right away, considering it's Regret, but there it is. And around the 38-second mark, it does get picked up, and that's Just Latham with the OS in hand. They have a bit of a deficit to climb back from, but this is the opportunity to do it. You can see players are already up on top car, though. I bet one of them has that combo, so they're looking to get the counter. Atso right now going to try to sneak his way up here. Shots at Talik. He needs to try to at least get 1 kill out of this exchange, but no more OS. It's already out of the picture, so much for the advantage they gained here. Atso still trying to live up. Shots into Manny. Nice little 1v1 that he takes, tapping with a big kill as well. And these are crucial kills that would hopefully give him the comeback. But for every kill they get, there seems to be a trade that comes out of the side of KCP. They're still holding on to 6 in that lead, 25-19 here.
If you're Atso, you have to control what you can control, though. You can't get too antsy. You can't get too ambitious, trying to make a play that might not be the right one. And right there, he's going to actually give up his life for what I thought he could have probably done more, maybe potentially stayed alive a little bit longer. But Talik already on a killing spree, 29-21. He's keeping his team well ahead of this lead being close. Just what M needing more from its individuals in order to make this deficit come back and make this game too close.
Yep, great position to be in here. Player pushing up into car. Talik with the nice barrel kill right there. That's some resourceful thinking right there from him. He's got the combo crossing the map here. Doesn't hit anyone. But still just going to play his life through blue. You can see all the players over in center map, though, and he's now aware of it. And try to look to help out with tapping up on top mid there. Drift getting a kill onto Druck. Shots into Atzos. A good trade from Talik. And still, 2 players up on top mid. Gish getting just impaled by the combo there. So such a rough situation for Latham is every single kill they get, there's always somebody there to answer back. We're getting down to the final point in the game here. Remember, OS is coming up in about 10 seconds as well. And Red looking to control this map right now. They're already collapsing on spawns. They got the caster in hand. Talik just firing shots off, looking for something here. He's got a terrible combo, though. I don't think he meant to do this.
Has he died yet?
Not for a while.
Yeah, finally finds himself a pistol here. He's got a killing frenzy is what he has. That's what I was about to ask. So, like, how far is this spree going? Because 40-27, Talik actually making up the deficit or the lead for KCP and just what beautiful job by Talik there. And somehow he ends up with the plasma pistol combo. I don't think I've seen that one ever in Halo 5 when I've been casting. But I guess that's what happens when you run out of bullets from so many kills. Sure. So a big shout out to Talik and his performance here in game 2. He's not done though. Druck getting a nice kill top middle, getting some information that there is another player top blue. That player is actually just going to get a nade from Boobadubu, and this team clicking on all cylinders as they go into the second half of this game 2.
46 and counting, make it 47. Boobadubu cleans one up. Got the remaining 2 players here, now 48. You got one down on P1. Druck's looking for him, sneaking up on tapping buttons. Nice shots from him. Tapping tries to get the nade in, but still, that's a trade. 49 now. One more left to close it out and close out the series. KCP just looking way too strong here. And just Latham, you know, despite the efforts that we've seen from them, it's been a rough tournament for these guys today. They are fighting back here, but I'm just waiting for that final kill to close it out because there's no way that they make that comeback. 50-36 to close out that game, to close out that series 2-0. And KCP, this is the type of momentum they need to set themselves up for later games in this bracket.
Absolutely. Build the confidence, get the snowball rolling downhill, and let's see what we can do from there. That's the mindset this KCP team's going to be in for the rest of this tournament. They got that ball starting to roll down the hill, so watch this momentum start to pick up. We saw it's individual players making plays like Talik in that last one. That's really going to be able to continue that to happen. Hopping on board now with another series, Falling Esports versus Fire and Ice. We already have Falling Esports up 1-0. It's Coliseum flag, and it looks like Fire and Ice actually in control of the map, could potentially look to tie this game up.
Yeah, speaking about momentum, we are not stopping here. So we jumped right into another series. Falling Esports and Fire and Ice, that's confusing. Fighting for their tournament lives here. A flag's already out. It's 1-0 on the board. They're looking to cap a second here as they make their way over to red base. I'm not sure if anybody's in position to stop it. It looks like nobody's there in time, so that's already 2 on the board. And Falling Esports, another team you don't want to count out of the running here. Going to try to fight their way through this loser's bracket.
Yeah, Falling Esports 2-0 very quickly in this game, just 3 minutes into this game. A beautiful job by them to find this lead. This Falling Esports team has what they need in order to really compete with just about anybody. I'm not sure how they would match up against the Sentinels team, or the Sentinels NV9, whatever combination of names that is, but they're going to be able to compete with everybody else very, very well, and they have a lot of individual skill in order to do so. Love what I'm seeing so far out of them here in Game 1.
Yeah, so far so good. Nate coming in, going to try to finish off Yoan, but somehow Yoan with the no-scope beatdown manages to make his way out of that situation. He's still got that snipe in hand, running with a big kill. He does go down. There's the snipe from Yoan. Doesn't hold on to it much longer, though. Going to drop it over on red side, so that's going to go into the hands of somebody on Falling Esports. So far, Envor, though, going to be the first one to chow forward here. Rain sitting in the cave actually didn't pick up the snipe, so it's still down on Oven. They're fighting to get back that control. Musa with a big pickup, and he has the flag as well, so that's over on Maze. That's going to be quickly returned, though the snipe should be in the hands of Rain here as he looks to seal out these final 3 bullets. Just got to find the headshot here. He's being pelted.
Great pressure by running here if he's able to stay alive in the cave. Does get knocked to no shield from a nade, but nobody's going to look at him as he pokes out. He's actually going to be able to hopefully turn 2 if he reloads his pistol quick enough. Turns 2, but it's not going to be quick enough. And because he missed that one shot, he's not able to get the flag out the window. That's going to spiral to this flag not being ran. And as much as Johan wants to push elbow here and make an impactful play, all 3 of his teammates just died. So he's going to need to play this a little bit slower than what I'm seeing.
I'm more slow playing it as well, just waiting for the opportunity with the rockets there. Doesn't hit it, though. Has the snipe in the back pocket, so a bit of a T2 combo here. Not much to work with, though. 1 shot left. Trades it out for the carbine here, so I like this play. Going to make his way all the way to elbow. You can see they got a nice couple trades on the feed here. Envor maybe with a chance to defend this pull. As he holds down elbow, doesn't hit the no-scope there. Musa goes down as well, so that's a dead flag nice and early. So defense coming in once again from Fire and Ice. And the pressure from Fire and Ice as well as they get some big kills here. So going to try to convert this into some form of a pull.
We'll see if Running's able to turn this into anything.
No.
He actually gets back smacked by Musa, and a phenomenal job by Musa to play in that sneaky corner, end up getting that back smack. Is he going to expect this player to be there? Misses the back smack and bullet, and somehow Musa actually stays alive. Nobody in a position to finish that kill, and unfortunately, Bullet, in doing so, gives away his position and his life, and now the flag being run bottom rockets. It's all up to Noble to be able to stall this cap. Unfortunately, or actually fortunate for him, Moose is going to fumble that flag run for just a little bit. He's going to have to force a teammate of his to pick that one up and continue to run it. It's going to be Envor. Envor looking to push this one in, and I don't believe there's going to be anybody for Fire and Ice in a position to really stop this from going in.
We got Poppy trying to hit the shots, but not good enough. 3-0 to close out that game, and that's just game 1 in the series. But man, Falling Esports really getting some momentum under them. Definitely looking like the better team to start that. It didn't feel like there was any moment there where Fire and Ice had any success with a pull. They got a couple slays, they got some defense, but I didn't see a single pull that went out past the 50-yard line.
Yeah, not a lot of success from Fire and Ice there, and that's almost what I would think to expect. Like, these guys on the other side probably don't get the credit they deserve in Halo 5. And I think that they're going to continue to be problems for everybody other than maybe the elite teams that we see play. It'd be interesting to see how they match up against Kansas City Pioneers and NV Sentinels 9. But until then, it's an enjoyable experience to watch them kind of prove themselves against what we would think the second-tier teams are. And to roll through those teams makes you want to consider them a contender.
Yeah, I agree. So we've had Callie CTF, bit of a blowout, unfortunately. I'm wondering what the next game is going to be. I want to predict that it's a Slayer, like a Rig Slayer, but we'll see when we get there, of course. And that's really going to seal out this series. We'll see if Fire and Ice can really fight back here, because there's a lot of slaying talent on this red team from Falling Esports, and so far they're looking great. I mean, didn't get a chance to see all that scoreboard, but definitely dominant on the side of Envor, Musa, Rain, and Ryan Noob. Now that I make my way over to Observer here, we'll be jumping into our next game in the series. Of course, the best of 3. So they take this, they take the series, they'll move onwards in loser's side. We'll see, like you said, if they do get to face off against KCP. I feel like that'd be a nice matchup. It's going to be Plaza Slayer, though. So we've got the OS, we've got the snipe to fight for here. We've got the light rifle, the combo, a lot of goodies on the map. We'll see who controls them.
It's going to need to be just what if they want to stay in this tournament, right? Backs against the
Fire
wall.
Yeah.
Fire and Ice. My apologies.
Okay.
Backs against the wall. They're going to really need to pick it up here, and they've shown that they have what it takes through the winners bracket. They had some great series in there, but they're kind of at a stalemate. It doesn't look like they haven't looked good in the last few games that we've casted, right? And that can just how momentum can work in your favor. It can also work when it's going against you, and you can mentally not be as confident as you were 3 games ago, because the last 3 games for this team have been kind of ugly.
They've been rough. We'll see. This could be the last one right here. Plaza Slayer. Going to kick this off, see who we jump on board with for our first POV as they make their way over to OS here. It's going to be Bullet. They're fighting for their tournament life here. We got to see some flawless Halo coming out of Fire and Ice if they want a shot at staying in this. And so far, the OS got burned. Some good shots coming in from Bullet on the top hit, but not enough to get a kill, and he goes down as well, so that's 2-1. Rain making it 3-1. That Snipe, I want to say, should be in the hands of our Falling Esports team in just a second. If Noble, unless Noble can make some plays here, he's trying to live, and you can see Fire and Ice fighting back like a force to try to stop this momentum from taking place.
So far, Fire and Ice starting off very hot here in game 2. Love to see that of them, and running actually with the Snipe in his back pocket for the second is going to have a great opportunity here, but he needs to get out of here at this point because Ryan's taking him down to no shield, and although he lands a nice body shot, it's not going to be enough. Ryan takes him down. That's 3 dead for Fire and Ice. Ryan actually does lose his life to the last player alive, bottom Snipe, but this fight for Snipe looks like it's going in favor of Falling Esports until I believe it was Noble who hit that nice little body shot that made those quick kills go in their favor. So Fire and Ice still a 2-kill lead. They got Snipe back in their hands. Only 2 bullets to work with, but it's better than what we've seen recently.
Noble popped off early in the tournament. He's got to do it again. So he's already got a body headshot for the double there. That's a sweet little feed for Noble. Putting in the damage still in the bottom mid. Musa goes down, so now 14-9. And I said, Noble's got to go off. I mean, he's doing it so far. So they keep up this energy, they might get a shot at game 3 here. Because things looking good. Noble in a cheeky spot. He's got a bird's eye view on the action here. Shots into Musa. Teammate cleans it up. Running in to keep that pressure up with him as they try to get some damage into loop here. You can see a pest. That's Ryan coming in to stir things up. But the killing spree and make it 6 kills maybe if he can get Rain, who's being a hard kill. Either way, Noble plays his life well. That's 17 on the board to 11.
Exactly what you want to see out of Fire and Ice. You saw them play with so much firepower early on in the tournament. We wondered if they were going to be able to consistently do that. Unfortunately, we hadn't seen that recently, but this game 2 is what matters most right now for them, and they are coming to play so far. A 9-kill lead for this team, and it looks like they've been in control a majority of the time. Wondering what happened with this next overshoot. It looks like it was in the hands of Bullet, and it's actually going to be gone at this point, but so much better than it going into the hands of Falling Esports and allowing them to maybe climb back in this game. So a phenomenal job from Fire and Ice so far here early as we enter the mid-game.
Momentum still in the hands of Fire and Ice. But we saw a similar thing with the last series with Turbo Turtles as they held on the beginning of the game, but the moment that switch flipped and they lost their lead, everything crumbled. So hopefully Fire and Ice, isn't that team. They've been together a while. They have great chemistry together as well, so we'll see if they can hold on to that lead. They got quite the extensive lead as well, 10 kills advantage here as they keep the pressure up. That Snipe went in the hands of a red player there. I believe that was Envor, but still, Noble putting in the pressure with the combo, going to live up. Bullet getting a big kill as well. Not sure if Envor's dropped in the feed, but everybody else sure is. Rydoob goes down. Envor, last player up, going to try to make a play here with a Snipe, but he's one shot. Forced to back down here. Beautiful headshot, though. Wasn't expecting that one. And he'll wrap out, so Envor staying up, making clutch plays for his team here. And he still, hits a shoulder shot. But still staying up here.
They try as he might. There's still a 12-kill lead for Fire and Ice to deal with throughout this game. And it's going to be just so difficult for them to crawl back. I don't feel like it's an easy thing to do on Plaza. This is not one of those snowball maps that can get out of control with one major setup similar to a Regret Slayer or a True Slayer, right? This is one of those maps, so it's very difficult to not trade kills out at times. A 15-kill lead still for Fire and Ice, and these players trapped over here towards blue are going to go down. Bullet takes down one. This player's still fighting for his life on Flowers now. Able to actually get a kill, so phenomenal job from them to be able to somehow transition that into trades, but trades are not going to get the job done here for Falling Esports.
Yeah, 40-25. It's going to be very hard for Falling Esports to claw their way back here. Fire and Ice looking to seal this out, bring themselves to a game 3. So far, so good. Now on board with Musa, of course. Nade's coming into loop already, so they're already aware of these spawns. Musa being sneaky, though, it doesn't pay off. He gets melted instantly. So 43-26, 7 kills left to close it out. OS, I believe, has already been taken burnt off map, so that's no longer in the picture. 5 kills left here. Shots into Musa. Musa in a very rough spot here on that lift, so Nade's coming in. He's going to have to back down. I mean, I guess it's over here. There's no way they make this comeback, so we're going to see a game 3 here, Wes.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to this game 3 as well, because these two teams have each blown each other out in the individual games leading up to it. So game 3 could be heavily one-sided or It could be a great match. Wondering specifically jumping into it, what the game type is going to be. Very excited to see the potential for that. We know it's going to be a stronghold. I'm kind of hoping for something like Empire, very fast paced, forcing these players to think on their feet, to be able to rotate properly, show how much knowledge they have of the situations that they're put in, as well as give them some opportunities with a couple of power ups on the map.
Look at that score line, by the way. Noble went 15-3 with 12 assists. What a nasty scoreline coming out of him. Ryan Noob 5-15. So rough plays from some of these guys. 7-14, 7-10. Anvor Musa. So just fire and ice. That's some serious energy they brought in game 2. And Wes, you were right. It's going to be an Empire Strongholds, which seems like the best way to close this series out. Man predicted it. He got it. This could be hype. When it comes down to Slays, surprising turn of events for Fire and Ice. They dominated, but with objectives, it's a different story. So I'm very curious to see how these players coordinate their resources, how they fight for the OS, the camo, the combo as well. There's a lot to control here, but this could be kind of a spicy way to close things out for this series.
Yeah, I honestly don't know how this is going to go. It's going to be a fun one, though. Empire is always one of those fun maps, I feel like, because it's so fast-paced, and players are literally flying everywhere trying to impact the game as much as they can. It's those camos and overshields that typically allow the bigger plays to be more impactful on the outcome of the game. But sometimes it's an individual sneaking over, putting pressure on a team, forcing them to use resources to come back to their base. There's a lot you can do here, and when you get control, you can really snowball this out of hand. We've seen both teams, once they've gotten control of 2 different game types, they've both snowballed them out of control. So early on, we're going to see 2 players, it looks like, go for a camo on Fire and Ice. They're going to be able to force that burn, it looks like, and they pick up 2 kills of their own, but the overshield fight was lost in their favor. So everyone jumping in the pit. Now that Falling Esports has captured it, the kills go in favor of Fire and Ice, and they're going to look to recapture it. A beautiful retake from Fire and Ice is going to reward them with what I believe will be the first points on the board.
Yeah, great plays from Fire and Ice. The moment they get those slays, they dive into pit, they get that quick capture, which is the most difficult place to capture. And controlling that, of course, gives them the opening points of 4 and counting here. But not going to be an easy battle. They got to close out these kills. Joanne with some great shots up into tower as well. You can see 3 dead on the feed, so now they're holding on to pressure, and this is where you want to see the collapse onto red base. Push for that trip cap. Keep that pressure up. Do everything you can to force these players on the back foot and get that snowball effect rolling here. Fire and Ice doing just that as they look to cap red. You can see the defense coming in from Ryan and Musa, but it might not be enough here. It just barely is. You can see Joanne coming in just a second too late. He will be taken down. So nice defense as they try to get back pit.
Sloppy play right there is going to allow Musa to stay alive, and because of it, he's going to be able to impact this game a little bit quicker than what he should have been able to if he had gone down. This battle for pit, very, very important right now. You know pit's the stronghold that everybody wants to control, and 3 members from Fire and Ice are going to take it over. 20 seconds for the next rotation of power-ups to come up, and Fire and Ice in the driver's seat right now with the score 20-4.
Despite the slays there from Falling Esports, they couldn't get pit back. So 21-22 now. Nice kill right there from Anvor. Anvor hitting in a bit of a double dilemma, though. You can see 2 players pushing him. Somehow he weaves his way through and gets another kill. So big work from Anvor right there, but still points in the favor of blue. They're now in red base as well. And this is looking very rough for Anvor and team. Falling Esports, they started explosively on Eden Strongholds. It was 100-13. And all of a sudden, they're looking like a different team here, but they do have the OS. Let's see the plays they can make. Musa's got to make a big play here.
I believe they have the overshield. They have camo from it looks like where their position was. Maybe camo went down as I see an X over towards the tower. But this trip cap is actually going to get flipped on its head real quick. Multiple players from Fire and Ice are able to stop red control, so no trip cap for Falling Esports, but they do control blue and the pit for now. They need to get kills going in their favor. It's like every time they've gotten control of the pit, they haven't been able to hold it for much longer.
Yeah, a little bit of momentum on the side of Falling Esports, but like you said, not for long. Very quickly, they recapped pit. No real contention there. Shots into Ryan Noob as well. That's Ryan Noob off the map. 2 new spawners. They're flying out off of spawn. They might get killed quickly here. We're going to try to stay alive here. They're trying to avoid that potential trip cap. And while they do that, the points still trickling in the favor of blue here. 44 and counting, but 3 diving into pit should hopefully stop the bleeding here. So Fallen Esports fighting right back.
Yes, and they're going to need to. 45-14 is no minor deficit to come back from. You need to start getting things to work in your favor. Your tournament lives are on the line. Ryan Noob's taking down a no-shield. Multiple members from Fire and Ice in the pit, but Ryan Noob does just about everything he can to stay alive and make them work for it. He doesn't have the teammates that he needs in the positions to help him contest pit in that situation, so all of Ryan Noob's hard work going to be all for naught. Pit goes over once again to Fire and Ice.
The halfway point in this game has been crossed by Fire and Ice. Now they just got to close it out here. Doing a pretty good job controlling the map so far. You can see a big brawl going down in pit, though. 2v2, 3v2 now as Rain and Envor get their picks. And they continue to hold on to pit. We got the Camo OS coming up. This is the game-changing point right here that they need to control. Musa going to probably go down in an easy death here. I take it back. Breaks his ankles with the combo right there, and he does get taken down shortly after. But the OS, the Camo, where are they? Joan has the Camo.
Joan has the Camo. Ryan Noob has the overshield, and Joan looking to contest Rain in red right now. Able to get that kill without trading his life. Gets the reset on red, so no trip cap once again for Falling Esports. And Ryan Noob actually goes down with the overshield. That's 3 dead, though, on the side of Fire and Ice. Last guy alive is this Camo player. Not sure why he chose to shoot there, but he is going to he gets away with his life. And he's being nothing but a distraction right now, so there's not a lot of things he can be doing with this Camo because he lost his entire team.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, though, Envor is going to spot him out, and actually a beautiful thrust into the bottom tower is going to award Envor from getting that pesky Camo player off the map.
Yeah, these guys got these HD monitors. Even if you're standing still, they can find you. They're going to track onto you, hit those shots. So unfortunate for Joan there. Got the combo in the hands of Ryan Noob as well. Gets a nice quick kill, and Musa with one of his own. So they're clawing it back. Temporary trip cap does quickly get flipped over. But all they're doing is stopping the bleeding here from Fire and Ice. The pressure's still on as Ryan Noob looks to continue to add to it. Combo in the back pocket here, backing off Joan, and he stays alive. So these are big plays that should result in a temporary trip cap yet again. And the pressure still on from Falling Esports as they claw their way back. They're about to take the lead here.
Yes, a trip cap finally for Falling Esports. They've been working on getting this the entire game. They've unsuccessfully been able to hold just about any double cap, it felt like, for the first half. But 62-55, they are in the driver's seat right now. Great pressure from Rain right now on this player from blue. He wasn't able to stop it from going, but that pressure is going to buy his team so much time in order to get across the map, get in a position where they can impact this game. Musa trying to stop this player from getting into red, but he's knocked to no shield. A beautiful one-shot kill with the DMR is going to allow him to stay alive for a little bit longer, continuing to pull Fire and Ice's resources towards him. They're going to opt to play this Camo. We see probably an overshield going in favor of Falling Esports now.
Round 2 for Joan with the Camo here. We'll see what he can do. Last time, not so successful. This time, maybe not. We'll see. Envor's got the OS, though. Just hanging out in the outside of Bend here. Falling Esports, now that they have their footing, they're just looking to hold on. Keep getting these slays here. Dive into running, get the melee kill. Ryan Noob with a stick onto Noble. Not sure what happened to Joan, but I think he might have been taken off that map early. So they're pushing for that trip cap yet again. You can see the trade coming up on the red base here. The moment they trade that base, they're going to get this capture on red side that keeps the lead in their favor here. So Falling Esports, everything looking good for them, but a mad dash into pit to try to stop the bleeding. Looking unsuccessful, though, from Fire and Ice. And almost we had another trip cap there, but they're just doing everything they can to fight it off, though at this point they can't afford mistakes, Wes.
Yeah, he knows this player is in the sneaky and takes him down. Beautiful job here. And once again, they're going to trade bases here. And Fire and Ice being kind of stuck in a position right now. They need to capitalize on when Falling Esports is forced to go for the opposite base. That's when they're supposed to take pit. They need to get a couple of slays in order to do so. But this position by Musa is going to deny that from happening. He's able to not only get a kill, get the reset on pit, force this player to get out of the pit, finds himself a 2-piece, and with it 95-60, Musa might have just closed the door on any hopes that Fire and Ice fans had.
That might be it. Fire and Ice have to make a mad dash to pit to stop. You know what? They can't. It's too late. 98-99. That's going to close this out in the series as well. Falling Esports, they started the game out on the back foot, but they turned it around. And damn, are they looking good going on into this losers bracket.
Great job by Falling Esports to close that series out. And a very highly contested series at that. We know how well Fire and Ice was playing throughout the day.
Yeah.
They just ran into another strong team, and someone had to lose. So it's a big props to Fire and Ice and how well Noble specifically was playing all day. If he's able to continue to play at that at that rate, he's a true up and comer at that point.
Let's see what Falling Esports can do with this energy. I mean, looking at the scoreboard, definitely some great slays coming out. It seems so rough. It seemed like I think we had like maybe trip caps for the most part, two to three captures on the side of Fire and Ice, almost uncontested for the first half of that game, and then all of a sudden, Falling Esports, they got their act together. They started cooking, but 20 kills coming out of Ryan, 20 and 11, 13 assists as well. So great plays from him. Envor with 17, 15 out of Musa, 13 out of Rain. And it sets a good precedent for them to win that game strong, because the next team they got to go up against is going to be a beast. They're likely going to have to face off against KCP plus Boo Boo next. And then the winner of that going to have to face off against Legends in losers finals to get over to the GOAT squad waiting in Grand. So every single series coming up in this tournament is going to be hot. There's going to be a lot of contention. You don't want to miss any of this. And you don't want to miss our giveaway as well, guys. In the meantime, make sure to type !giveaway in the chat for your chance to win some monsters. I'm holding on to one myself, though you can't see that because we've now changed POV over to this lovely camera footage of the exact monsters you could look forward to picking up here. We've got Master Chief on the can and ×2 XP for Halo Infinite the moment it comes out. So you get yourself ahead of the curve. Get yourself some energy as well. Wes told me he's already drank, what did you say? It was 4 boxes of 24 cans of Monster in like 2 months. This man's the Monster Master. Listen to him.
Yeah. Phenomenal. Yeah. Absolutely delicious. So much XP. So much XP.
You would think that working at 343 would give you a leg up in XP, but instead you're stuck drinking the Monster for ×2.
I'm going to have double XP for at least the first
forever
year of Halo.
All right. Well, if you guys want a piece of that action, make sure to type !giveaway. You get yourself a backpack for your efforts as well, and some great monster there. But that is it for the series for now. We will continue with the loser side of the bracket, find out who takes these upcoming series after a short break. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, we're back yet again, and it's actually time for losers finals. I got a quick update. Unfortunately, Legend and team, somebody on the team apparently had to go to sleep, and they decided to forfeit out the tournament and take third place. You guys got to understand that these players in Europe, it's 4 a.m. for them right now. Like they're playing into the crack of dawn. So I kind of respect the fact that they compete as long as they do and they stick around. But maybe after the performance that Legends experienced in winner's side finals and how dominant it was, maybe they decided it wasn't worthwhile for them to stay up. So a bit of an unfortunate event for the Legends team. But we still have a lot of talent here fighting back, Wes, and we have a series starting up here for our losers finals. Instead, it's going to be Falling going up against KCP plus Boo Boo.
Yeah, you hate to hear that, but you kind of understand when you hear that they're playing in Europe and what time it might be over there, and if they have other obligations the next day. So KCP versus Falling. It's going to be our losers finals. KCP starting that snowball like we talked about the last time we watched them play. Falling Esports, however, had just a clutch up in Game 3 to win that last series. So I kind of asked this question, how these two teams would match up, hoping to kind of see this series earlier on in the broadcast. And now that we have it in front of us, I'd have to give a huge favor towards KCP, but I'd love to see Falling Esports either take a game or make this an extremely close series, potentially taking it. But KCP, the way that they're playing as of recently, the confidence that they're playing with, it wouldn't shock me if they're going to blow this team out.
Yeah, KCP have been getting better game to game, just picking up that synergy. And I mean, they got the combos, they got the weapons, the rail as well. As Manny looks to sink one into a player, he picks up a kill on Rynoob instead. I'd like to see this series go the distance, and I think it has the potential to do so. But when you've got somebody like Manny just light you up off spawn with these power-ups or power weapons, it can get pretty rough pretty quick. You can see these players spawning up on Bunker's side, going to try to fight back for map control, but taking nades immediately. Manny, free-shot beatdown to take out Rynoob. Nade down into the floor. Multiple nades coming in, but somehow swerving through all of it. Rain does get that kill just to try to stop the bleeding here.
Boobadoo in a position to stop Falling Esports' plans of trying to take Nest. He's going to locate two one-shot players, going to melee one-shot the other, and that double kill is going to open up the map for Boobadoo to rotate this now towards BR. Going to take BR. He's got multiple people. The enemy team spawning on Carbine now. They're going to go straight for Nest, not Basement is the call that they make. Are they going to be able to capture it before the rest of KCP is able to impact it? The answer is yes, but can they hold?
We'll see, because Boo-Boo-Doo making a very sneaky play here. Camo's coming up as well, so he's going to look to grab that. We got the rail up. Boo-Boo getting some big kills in the meantime, but he does get taken out, so that's a nice stuff from Envor, but Envor doesn't stay up. So this Camo's going to be up in just a second here. Musa's looking for it as well. Railgun in the hands of the red team here. That's Druck who's got it. Druck looking to finish off that kill, and he does. So not sure what's happened to that Camo just yet. Everybody was surrounding it, looking for an opportunity to pick it up, but in the meantime, Druck hitting big kills across the map. We don't see a Camo.
Stop BR base.
That it's been burned. Yeah. So they'll just keep the pressure up.
Druck still with this railgun. In snipe pause, so looking to try and play this situation slow. Just have a player right in front of him, and a beautiful job by him to patiently charge it up, get the kill before he gets taken down, and now we'll have to see what he's able to do once he gets that opening. He's got another player spawning back. Bunker's trying to get that back there as fast as possible. Unfortunately, doesn't have the timing he needs. And because of it, he's taken down. Envor doing a phenomenal job of making sure his team doesn't fall victim to a 3-cap.
Manny just trying to hold on to this capture here. Under a lot of pressure from multiple sides here, so he does opt to back down. Gonna make his way outside instead. They should try to hopefully get Nest here. They got to get some slays first, though. Druck with a good opening. Boo-Boo jumps off the map. Peace. Manny with a nice 5, though. These are some good slays to get started here. Try to work the inside of the map. Rain with a 5 to answer back. Boo-Boo now spawning back up. Going to look to defend Basement, but starting to see some signs of life coming out of Falling Esports as they try to claw their way back here.
You want to see Musa stay alive from that point of view. Boobadoo trying to hunt him down, but knows he has a scatter shot, trying to keep his distance. Is going to spot Envor and potentially knows that there's 2 players back there. Is going to be able to help his team out, and because of it, they successfully trade. Now They need to open up. All of this pressure from Falling Esports is on KCP's side of the map. So if KCP not able to transition that into any objective, even though they came out in the slays there, they still find themselves stuck back Carbine trying to fight out for potentially what would be nest control.
Boo Boo doing everything he can to live up with these power weapons, but he doesn't. That rail goes into the hands of somebody on Falling Esports, I believe. Rindoob now spawning up. So rail in the hands of Musa. Camo was just up. I think it got picked up from a player on KCP. That's Talik right there, who does escape. So he can make some big plays here. He's going to cap the BR base to start. They got basement that they'll be looking to afterwards. You can see Nest currently being captured as well. So if they get that, that'll be a temporary trip cap. But Druck, despite being under pressure, lands a huge kill. So they do get the trip. 45 points and counting here. That rail, it was in the hands of Musa, but he got taken down. I believe KCP have the rail as well, so it's just an onslaught coming into basement here. It's going to start with Talik in the melees. If he can get any of these kills, they drop into basement one shot. Looking for the cleanup here. Ultimately, you can see just how much these players are on the back foot, essentially, at this point. Not even going for basement, they're just going for slays here. That's a double out of Talik, as now he'll wrap to basement to try to get this trip cap.
Yeah, they're going to be able to defend Nest for this trip cap is the question, because they're going to get basement here unless Rain is able to take him down. And Rain, with a beautiful nade, is actually going to get that kill moments before basement goes in favor of Kansas City Pioneers. Unfortunately, because Rain used his his individual resources to focus on that basement cap, the rest of KCP was able to stop Falling Esports from getting Nest, and all of a sudden, you're in the same hole that you were in before you had that beautiful play to stop basement. So unfortunate for Rain, he's got to turn around and see his teammates lost that fight, because that was a pivotal moment that could have closened the gap that's been built. Unfortunately, KCP 70 and counting closer to 100, while just Falling Esports remains at 37.
KCP with all the momentum here. Boo Boo Doo Boo just holding it down. We got the new power-ups, power weapons coming up here. And try to control those as they maintain this inside map control. You can see multiple players go one shot there, but they do live. So Envor with a big live here. And Chow back out. Spawners coming up through tower wall here. Shots into Talik. Teammate gets the cleanup. And somehow Envor lives despite the pressure coming in on all sides here. Campbell's going to be up shortly as well. So looking like Falling Esports are in position to pick it up. They got the shotty. They got Envor, but he's one bullet. And he will get melted. That's an unfortunate situation right there. Dropping the shotty, I believe, in the trench. If not off map. Either way, it might be too late to make any sort of a comeback here. You'll see the trade BR base for basement as they hit that 90-point mark. It's a very, very difficult situation for our blue team. They would need to play perfect to make any sort of a comeback here.
Yeah, you want to see some signs of life out of Falling Esports before you go into game 2. Even though you probably aren't coming back in this game, you want to see signs of life that they have what it takes to compete. Right now, it's all Kansas City Pioneers.
Yeah, Kansas City looking to close this out strong for sure. Just 5 points left to end it. Rain going to sneak his way up through Nest Bridge. Can he at least get this 1v1? It looks like that player is just flying left and right here. Druck being such a hard kill. They opt to go for BR base instead. They do have two capped here, so they are getting some points, but the moment that cap flips, or players fall off the map here, that could be a game over. This might be it right here with BR base, gonna get the kill. 2 players stacked up into BR base. We got Nest as well, so that's gonna bring us over to 98. And at this point, if nobody's standing in those captures, that will seal out the game. So 100-44 to close game 1, a very dominant start in a series that we were hoping to see go the distance. So if Falling Esports wants a chance to make a comeback in this series, it's going to have to happen in Slayer.
Depends what story you're looking at right now, right? If you're looking for Kansas City Pioneers to gather that steam, to get the confidence they need to go up against a team like MV Sin 9, then that's what you're excited about in that last game what we saw. If you wanted to see a very interesting losers finals between two potential top 5 teams in the world, then that's kind of going to be left on the table still, because Falling Esports not showing up exactly how we needed them to make that game 1 interesting. There were signs of life where they had nice perfect shots from either Rain or Envor or whatnot, but when you're consistently fighting to control the one stronghold that you have, and all of the fighting is going down on your side of the map, right, you're fighting an uphill fight. You're fighting on your heels. It's just an unwinnable situation, and you almost have to overslay in that fact to get anything productive done, any objective efficiency done. So they're going to need to flip that script, and they're going to need to play a little bit more aggressive and find a little bit more prowess on the map in order to have success. We're going to see if they're capable of that as we jump here into game 2.
It's going to happen here on Truth Slayer. Boo flying across the entire map. That player doesn't see him, so he gets a free melee. Doesn't get the kill, though. Instead, teammate picks it up, so that's 2. Now 3 dead to start the game, and I believe the camo in the hands of Red, just according to Slays. But maybe it got burned. Looks like it might have got burned instead. So still, a 5-kill lead to start. And you talked about it. We get either a close series between these two teams, and then it doesn't necessarily set up KCP too well for grand finals, or KCP dominates Falling Esports and they get all the momentum they need to carry into grand finals. We'll see.
9-1, exactly what KCP fans want to see. Not anything close to what Falling Esports fans want to see from their teams. 10-1. This game could end 50-5 at this rate. I don't expect that to be the case, but Falling Esports needs to figure out a way fast in order to get back into this game, because this is looking very, very ugly.
Definitely is. 12-2 right now. 12-3. Nice kill right there. Ryan Noob looking for an opening as well. Squaring off with Boo Boo Doo Boo. Not really somebody you want to face off with in a 1v1. So he does back down here. Boo Boo Doo Boo going to hold on to Car's side. 2 players in red. He's got 1 teammate over on blue here. As you can see, players just mixed up across the map here. Boo Boo not sure where to apply his efforts. It doesn't really look like he needs to, though, because 15-4 on the board. His teammates are winning their pips. So now he's just going to hold on to Car's side here. Spawners coming out to blue to get the pink. You got some in the window, trying to do something to get damage in here, but ultimately it's looking pretty damn dominant from KCP, and it might have to stay that way until that next camo comes up.
Yeah, and if I'm Falling Esports, I want to minimize the amount of damage KCP is able to do during this time period where camo is about to come out, because you need this camo to come back. How much damage are you going to be able to do before that happens? You can't comfortably sit back, because we've seen what recipe that results in. I like the aggression from Envor, and the fact that his team's able to trade those kills out pretty successfully is awesome, but no one in position to get camo. It's going to allow Manny to get this. Does get knocked to no shield, but he turns the corner, and as soon as he turns the corner, that's going to be enough for him to get his shields back. Now, with this camo, he's going to have the information that this player's bottom middle. Does that player bottom middle spot him, though? Does look like Musa smells this camo player somewhere around him. Because of it, Manny's kind of forced into a tough situation there. Does trade the kills 2 for 1, and when you do that, with a 12-kill lead, things pretty much go well, and you kept the camo out of the enemy team's hands. So Manny overall doing a great job. Could have done a little bit more in my opinion, but it might not be necessary at this rate.
It won't. I mean, Boo Boo gets a hot double there. Somehow Talik jumps over the head of Envor, and then Druck just cleans him up immediately. So there's always somebody in position to pick up these kills, these weak players. 28-14 now, doubling the score. As Talik continues to live up in blue base here, he's got a teammate on the opposite side of the map as well. So kind of just this ultimate map control situation. You can see all the high points in the map being controlled by at least 1 player on red, and Talik coming in with the flank, seals out the double. 31-16. No signs of life coming out of blue here as they try to fight for their tournament life. But Falling Esports, or sorry, KCP doing everything to really set themselves up for grands with this kind of scoreline.
Love what I'm seeing out of KCP, and this is exactly what you have to see out of them if you think that they have any realm of possibility of competing with the NV Sin 9 roster that's waiting in the winners bracket finals, right? Or in the finals. I think KCP had to build a lot of momentum up through the losers bracket. They're doing just that with everything we've watched so far.
Right. They definitely are. They're holding on to pink side as well with the new camo coming up shortly. Manny, in the meantime, going to make his way to Car. Try to find some stragglers here. First one's Tim. That's Rain up on card 2, but he doesn't see him yet. Actually, 3 big kills and easy camo grab. You can see all 4 players stacked on pink side. They dive there in a mad dash. Try to get control of that power-up. So a real chance here for blue team to get some signs of life and a couple slays under their belt, but will it be enough? Will they be able to surmount these almost insurmountable odds here? 39-24 on the board.
39-25, 14 kills. For Falling Esports to come back, they're going to have to somehow win every individual fight, and that's a good start from Ryan, but he loses his teammate in the process. 12 kills to go. It's not unheard of. It's not out of the realm of like conceivability, but you're going to have to really figure out a way to successfully do something you haven't been able to do all series long. It starts with the kills like that. Ryan backs up perfectly. Love what we're seeing out of him so far. And Envoy able to get another one. And a 3-to-1 kill trade is actually going to be the result of that until Manny finds one in the kill feed. So down to 10. It's now or never if you're a Falling Esports fan.
10 kill deficit to climb back from. Ryan Noob's got to try to start that opening here. Just sitting in the bottom of the base, though, doesn't have the greatest angle. You can see Talbot got a 5 as well. Rain picks up a kill. Ryan Noob with shots in the back of Manny, and Rain gets a double for it. So big kills right here. They're doing a pretty good job getting trades, but that's not going to be enough to close this game. They are narrowing the lead, though. 35 to 43 now. If they stay up in pink long enough to get this next camo, maybe they got a shot here, but the pressure coming in. Druck getting a trade. Boo Boo making his way to pink. Drops a nade before he dies, but 45. 5 left to close it out here and close this series. Now 4. Trade coming in as well, and you don't want to see these trades. I don't know how they make this comeback now, Wes.
It's not possible at this point. 48-39, just 2 kills needed from Kansas City Pioneers to close the door in this series. But Falling Esports fought back as much as they could, but the deficit they built early on in this game and in this series was too far and too much of a comeback to ask for them to try and come back from. Try as they might, as long as this game is extended, this game is going to be all she wrote. Manny going to finish this one off 50-41, and it was a flank from Druck, pink 1 right there towards the end that really killed any momentum that we would have seen Falling Esports have. While you were casting, I'm not sure if you caught it, but Druck, it was on Ryan Noob's point of view. Ryan Noob jumped top middle from red. You thought for a second KCP was about to get spawn killed at blue, but Druck was able to push pink 1, actually flank, kills Ryan Noob top middle, flanks pink 2, actually gets another kill there, and that just opened up the map for his team to close the door.
Damn. Druck making some huge plays. The biggest plays, though, seemed to come out of Manny, who went 17 and 10 on the board. So massive stuff from him. I would have liked to see what Boo Boo would have done in the end there. He picked up a camo at the very end, but didn't get a chance to see that from him. Instead, he will go 7, 11, and 10. So not Boo Boo's best performance, but he doesn't need to perform super well if they're getting these, nice confident wins. 50-41 does close out that game, of course, as we saw, and close out that tournament life for Falling Esports. They fought hard, but in the end, they're gonna go out with, I believe that would give them a 4th place finish, because we got a weird system, maybe a tied 3rd actually. I'm not sure.
No, that's 4th. If you play in the winners finals, you are guaranteed 3rd.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Either way, we know Legends couldn't make it. They for those guys, it's past 4 a.m. for these guys now, so they did not stick around. So KCP, they're looking good. They're performing well. They got a lot of momentum, but is it enough to take out this GOAT squad sitting in grand finals comprised of Frosty, Renegade, Trippy, and Saiyan? I don't know. We'll have to find out. So stay tuned, guys. The biggest matchup in the entire tournament coming up after our break. All right, we're back for the last time. It is time for grand finals, the championship match you've all been waiting for. But KCP, do they have what it takes? They've been warming up. They've been getting some momentum. They've got some great confident wins under their belt, especially in losers finals. But this is a GOAT squad we're talking about. This is what Sentinels NV9, or it's NV Sen 9. It's Frosty. It's Renegade. It's Trippy. It's Saiyan. Arguably some of the best players in the game. This could be a quick grand finals unless Boo Boo, Taulik, Manny, and Druck do something. Unless they ice up. And they give them a tough time, Wes. What do you think? Are we going to breeze through this, or could we see some contention? Could we see maybe a bracket reset here?
I just don't understand how these two teams compete against each other. I think with the roster that this Sin V9 team has put together, it's just so strong, right? And for KCP to try and compete with them, it's going to take more than ice. It's going to take more than clutching up. It's going to take consistent level of just elite play from those individuals in order to compete with these guys, because that's what you're going to get on the other side of NV Sin 9, right? You're going to see Saiyan, Frosty, you know what those guys' point of view looks like. You've seen Renegade play Halo 5, and right now Renegade already with the overshield going to make his way up to what it looks like Blue Ben. He has his eyes set on him. 2 kills in the kill feed for both teams, but Renegade with this overshield is going to be a problem to deal with as Frosty picks up a double.
Consistent levels of elite play. I like that. That's what we got to see from this blue team if they want any shot at making some sort of grounds in this series, let alone winning a game here. We'll see what they can do. But of course, Renegade already up in top cat, going to put Taulik in a pinch here, but Taulik weasels his way out of that one with a nice melee to take out Renegade. Frosty making a flank here through red. Despite the efforts, the exchanges we've seen on this kill feed is still 0-0. Still have yet to cap that red nest, which just sits there waiting idly for somebody to get in it. But for now, it's a fight for slays. It's a fight for map control.
Yeah, so far, not too much damage done, even though it looked like NV Sin 9 got off to a hot start and was in a good position. They are finally in control of Blue Ben and Catwalk, but the pressure of red nest is probably going to go in the favor of KCP. So KCP from here, I want to see them try and make a play for Catwalk, but are they going to be able to with Frosty trying to lurk under their base? Boobadooboo makes slight work of him. Now rotating towards the outside. He's already got a teammate in Blue Ben, so they said, we're not going to worry about Catwalk just yet. We want to go for Blue Ben, and a Blue Ben red nest hold might be what's in store, but Frosty trying to get the reset. Perfect shots out of Boobadooboo to deny the reset shortly, but Frosty's teammates show up, and then Boobadooboo gets taken down.
Yeah, nothing Boo Boo could have done there would have stopped that cap from getting reset. But still some beautiful shots from him, and hopefully that's telling of what's to come in this series. Saiyan right now, we already know he shoots nice. Doesn't even need to, though. Frosty gets that kill. Trippy has one as well. Still putting in that pressure on a top cap. Going to try to trade out that top catwalk, but Saiyan trying to get that trip cap, and they do just that. 22 points and counting now. Got to see those elite plays, Wes. I see a top cat capture, but is that enough? They got to get the OS, got to get the camo. So far, the OS and the rockets in the hands of Renegade.
Yeah, Renegade last guy alive, actually, is going to be trying to force a play here, Blue Ben. There are going to be multiple members, so even though it goes in favor of KCP, is Renegade going to be able to make the play? He finds an opening, gets a kill, gets another melee onto a player, which opens up Frosty and Saiyan's push towards Blue Ben. You want to talk about two players that you don't want pushing one of your strongholds? It's those two right there, and they're going to be able to capture it, no surprise. Are they going to be able to defend Red Nest? You see players from KCP all over Red Nest, but no one quite in it as of now. We'll have to see how the kills go, and it looks like the kill feed goes entirely in the favor of KCP.
Look at Trippy being cheeky. He's trying to peek through that little corner there to get the kill shot on the Boo Boo, but doesn't work out. He goes down. Boo Boo now pushing up, challenging Saiyan. Going to challenge everybody on the team in just a second. There, shots into Frosty. Can't back down Renegade in time. The camo now in the bend here. Even the camo can't seem to get that cap, I don't think. Either way, we do see two caps on the board here. It's Red Nest, top catwalk. Trippy right now coming off a spawn doing massive damage. He does get a kill. Shots into Manny as well. Shots into Druck for the double. It's just accuracy's looking so clean from this guy, and we're only just getting started, Wes.
Yeah, Trippy looking for these enemy players. Probably doesn't understand that all of them just went down, but a phenomenal job by him to get the amount of damage he was just able to do on that catwalk retake was insane. The huge play from Trippy, Great damage output allows his team to recapture Catwalk, the probably most important stronghold of the three. Unfortunately, KCP in control of both Blue Bin and Red Nest, so no scoring going down for Sentinels for NV Sin 9 right now, but they do have a 20-point lead to play with.
KCP's doing what they can to slow that deficit, to reverse it. If anything, you got two players up on top. Cat Frosty just kind of waiting for this opportunity to get the OS here, and it looks like he's in the clear, so he does have that. And immediately rotate his way out front. Red here, shots into Manny, who tries to get the back smack. No dice. 3 players in tower right now, so this is the ultimate defense from KCP. Frosty gonna look to dismantle it, starting with Talik. Shots coming in, melee to get the kill. This should be the double. Talik looking helpless in the back of the base here, lives as long as he can, but he's out. The camo must have been burned. I can't imagine it's late enough. Either way, it's not gonna matter. These players dying off a spawn here. Frosty with the double. Nade's coming into Blue Ben. You can see how aware, how alert he is of everything on this map right now.
Yeah, Frosty just killed about 7 people, it looked like, so there's no way that there's a camo player for KCP at least. Frosty picks up that overshield. Manny, not really understanding that overshield was up, runs across bottom middle, and that's kind of what spiraled all of KCP to get collapsed on in the tower. And because of it, we've seen this lead once again extend to over 20, and Envy looking like they are in prime position to dominate game 1.
60 points to count out of NV Sen 9 here. But still, 2 caps on the side of Talik and KCP. They're fighting back, doing what they can here, getting the execution on Saiyan there. Gonna wrap back over to Blue Ben. Try to help his teammates who are currently in a mad fight over in the turbine, but instead gonna opt to play for Trippy here up on top. Cat, that movement though, just sitting on the outside of Catwalk, not good enough. Doesn't stay up. Saiyan in the meantime gonna work to cap Blue Ben. Looks like they should be able to overwhelm Manny here, so good luck to him. Saiyan gonna cleanly cap this, and that puts them back on the board. And a double as well for his effort.
Yep. The nice nade, he's going to be able to get damage on the Catwalk player, make it a triple. All of Kansas City Pioneers is going to be spawning outside, so they're not going to be able to make a play on Catwalk. They are going to hop in Red Nest real quick, and it looks like Trippy is not going to have too much help from the angle that I can see that he's able to contest Red Nest. So he's going to have to give it up, and his teammates struggling to keep Blue Ben. We do see a lot of KCP pressure being paid off in their score. They're being able to play scrappy and actually hold 2 of these strongholds while it feels like kills are going against them in order to keep this game relatively close.
Yeah, but Trippy just deletes that camo player. That was Druck, or sorry, OS player. He has the camo. And he's going to hold on to this camo now. We'll see what he can do with it. I believe KCP had the rockets in the meantime. Not sure if they got any more to work with. I actually see Manny on my second POV here, so Manny does have one more rocket. But that was planted into Renegade for a trade. Not really enough to get back map control here. You can see Trippy push it up to Blue Bend. Should be a quick capture. They've got multiple players coming out red to try to get the defense, but not here fast enough. And I wonder if they'll spot him. Trippy being so sneaky here. Look at this. They're going to fly right past him. Melee's coming in. 3 players looking at Trippy, though. Good luck to you. That's a quick cap on Blue Bend.
The last player to jump in the stronghold spots him at the last second, is able to trade a melee with him, gets rid of the camo. That's got to be a frustrating thing for Trippy because he saw that going so much differently if that player doesn't spot him out. Renegade with perfect shots on the player on Catwalk, spots another one there, able to stay alive as Trippy picks up another kill. And the last 2 alive for KCP in the Catwalk stronghold, so all of the information Renegade has, or needs he has, and he gets the reset on Cat. And this is going to once again continue, I would assume, for NV9 to be able to climb points, but they had to get control of Red Nest for just a second.
Despite what we've seen from NV9 so far and the kills, the slays they've been getting here, it's not a huge lead on their side. KCP definitely fighting hard. 71 points they've surmounted, but can they get any more? We can see a 2 cap right now in hold for NV Sen 9 as Manny makes this sneaky flank over to Cage here. Just going to wait for the opportunity, hopefully for teammates to put in damage. Actually going to start with Frosty. Nice shots from him. Chases him all the way down to the floor here. Diving over to OS as well. Going to try to contest it. If they can get this OS, this is a huge turn of events for the team here. We got a trade between Renegade and Boo Boo. So that OS, I think, went over for free to a red player. There it is. Just saying it has it. Camo hopefully going to go over to KCP because that's their only chance of making a comeback here.
Yeah, Saiyan actually misses the jump towards Catwalk, and because of it, he's forced to just give it up, play for Blue Ben, and we'll see how this plays out. I would have liked to seen him be able to contest that Catwalk with that overshield, but could work out in his favor as he picks up a kill in the kill feed. They got Blue Bin, so they're continuing to score. KCP needs to jump in a stronghold now in order to win this game or stop the bleeding. It doesn't look like that's the case. MV Sin 9 take game 1, but KCP putting up quite a fight, having the game be so chaotic, I feel like.
Definitely a good fight from KCP. They definitely kept it close. The only issue is there was never a point where I think KCP was winning. Were they ever winning? I think they were fighting from the back foot the entire game. They narrowed out the score at around the midpoint when they hit that 71 mark. But then after that, control went back into the favor of the red team here. So I'm not sure if they can continue to fight back when we get into what could potentially be the last game in the tournament. Now, taking a look at the scoreboard here, looking for star performers. We got Saiyan. I think that was Frosty with 22 kills, 20 out of Saiyan. We lost our scoreboard, though, so we won't be able to look at it again. But Wes, so far, kind of what's expected from MV Sen 9. Do you see any possibility that KCP takes a Slayer?
Yeah, I think anybody can win a Slayer is something I've always said. And I think KCP is definitely good enough to take a game or win a series against anybody. But that being said, the great players on MV Sin 9 are playing great, and you need players to match that performance. And unless that's done, then this is not going to be a series that continues on past game 2. So we need to see them elevate their game. We know that they're capable of it, but they just didn't bring that in game 1. Game 1 was closer than I honestly thought it was going to be. There were moments that KCP needed that they didn't take advantage of in order to win game 1. That cannot happen 2 games in a row. And if it does in a best of 3, you are out of the tournament and will be claimed second.
We'll see. It's Regret Slayer coming up next, which could be the last game here. So we got the OS to fight for. We got one of the most momentum, snowball-heavy maps in the entirety of Halo 5, especially when you got the caster on the map as well, and they're just launching it into bases to add insult to injury here. So we'll see if they can fight back in Regret Slayer. It's going to be a tough one. And then if they take that, I can only imagine that we'll be jumping into something like a Fathom CTF where, I feel like this team is really going to start to excel. I mean, they're already excelling, this kind of GOAT squad, but it's only going to get more difficult from there. But let's see what they can do one step at a time here with Regret Slayer. Just waiting on Renegade, and then we'll jump right into it. Keys to success, Regret Slayer. What do you hope to see here for what could be the final game in the tournament?
Yeah, just control, right? I think the overshields, obviously, we can talk about that extensively and how important that usually shapes it out. But there's going to be times during this game where you see MV Sin 9 have complete control of the map and you were stuck at a base. How are you going to get out of that? How are you going to be able to minimize the damage that they're able to do and not allow them to just run away with the game at that point? Those are the biggest moments of the game for me. If you're able to successfully get out of a complete setup while trading successfully, then you put yourself in a position where you're in striking distance of winning the game. But if you're not able to do that, and if you're not on your P's and Q's and you don't have a game plan to stop what they're going to throw at you when all 4 of you are dead and you all spawn at red, then you're going to lose the game.
Right. So how do you fight back in those base collapse situations? Can you counter those situations where, the enemy team has that map control and then reverse it onto them? If they can do that, then definitely they're in a good position to take the game. But we'll see. It's all going to start with this opening strat. Who controls that OS? Whether or not they grab any kind of counter to the OS if it does get picked up. But usually this is where the ball gets rolling, where we see a quick 4 slays here. It's going to start with Druck. Super jumping his way up to the catwalk here. He's going to take top map. Flank, too.
2-2 is the score. Continues to fight for this overshield. Does look like Manny got the overshield, but he's the last guy alive. And Frosty missing the combo on the Manny is going to allow Manny to not only get that kill, but potentially get another one. Fortunately, Frosty has a teammate named Saiyan, and Saiyan is also one of the best in the world, so he's able to take that player down with perfect shots. And that was 3 dead for KCP after we saw 3 dead for Envy. So 6-5, Envy narrowly in the lead, and they're going to have what looks to be the first opportunity at map control if Frosty, or Renegade, I'm sorry, can get up top here.
Renegade doing just that. He does get up top, but Druck just melts him immediately. So good shots from Druck there. Frosty does finish him off with a nice little uppercut with the reticle there. You gotta love that. He's got the combo in the back pocket as well, so he'll put that to good use, likely. Shots into Talik as well. I don't know what's going on here. He does get the kill. That was a bit of a weird exchange. Either way, roof bounce, spring jump to get back up to the catwalk. I like the nerdy movement. Shots into Boo Boo to get the kill as well, and that's a 4-kill lead that they're looking to extend. Really adds some insult to injury here. Talik going to be the first victim of that, though he does live for now.
When are we going to start referring to nerdy movement as, like, something cool, right? Because that's exactly what Frosty's making it look like. Being able to scale the map like that is a phenomenal skill set to have. So Frosty's a stud. I see no nerdy gameplay coming out of him. Yeah, let's glamour this up a little bit.
Is glamorous, right? Isn't it cool to be a nerd in 2020? Isn't that the thing?
I don't know, Shallow. You've lost me there. But
all right.
Either way, back into the gameplay. We're in the finals. Stud gameplay from Frosty. Expect nothing less. And the rest of Envy, Sin 9 has followed suit with an 8-kill lead early on. We got Overshield coming up here in just a second. Strippy going to be able to get down there for it. It doesn't look like it. He's got to play his life, but he gets information on players that are blue, so maybe his team can get that secured. Has to be burned if it's not up by now, right? And I believe it is, thanks to the observer showing us that little death cam. There's no way that there's an Overshield on the map. So right now we see a lot of members of MVSin 9 stuck at blue, and it looks like they're going to be able to successfully push out 3 straight kills for MVSin 9, and that was an unsuccessful push from Kansas City Pioneers. You don't see that often, but when it does, that's a red flag for their opportunity to win this game.
A lot of red flags for sure. Saiyan gonna likely seal out Talik here, though Talik does nearly escape. Still 27-16, not a good look for KCP. They got a huge road to climb, and if they don't, that's it for their tournament life. So all the odds stacked against them, and Trippy looking to add more to it, though he doesn't get the kill. Renegade gets one instead. Renegade gonna turn around, spots one on the radar. That's a nice opportunity for Druck, but Druck clutching that up. It's a 9-kill deficit. They're hoping to trim down a little bit here. They got Boo Boo with a kill on Saiyan. You've got Joey that's Trippy in the bottom of the base, squaring off against Boo Boo Doo Boo as well. It doesn't get the kill immediately, at least. But can they close this lead just a little bit? He's got no nades to work with. Manny does get the kill. So now we're looking at maybe a slightly closer game here. It's still 9, now 10 separating these teams.
10 kills is a lot in the Slayer, but Regret is a map that you can make up that deficit very quickly if Kansas City Pioneers are able to get control. I do not think that that is going to be something that MVSin 9 give them very easily, though. So we'll have to see how this battle for control goes. 3 members of KCP stuck at blue. Renegade's pushing, Frosty's pushing. They both pick up melee kills. And then Saiyan's going to probably be able to... Ooh, nice shots by Manny, but still gets traded out, and the 38-24 lead does not help you at all after that scenario or a few events that took place. The MVSin 9 continuing to be in the driver's seat, looking to close this series out and call themselves champions.
Now, if they can get the OS, they do, actually. That's in the hands of Boo Boo. Can we see something out of this OS with Boo Boo? Can't get the kill on Saiyan, man. He does. Boo Boo going to fly over to top mid. We got a couple trades here, 40-28. They're in stake territory. They got to get 2 kills to at least get out of that. And then it's still going to be a 10-kill deficit after that. So kind of a rough situation here. Boo Boo's got to get started with these plays. Druck with an opening 5. Shots into Saiyan to get a kill here. Looking for the base collapse. Doesn't spot the player. Hiding behind Boo Boo. And Frosty takes him down. That might have been the game-winning play right there. It's still a 10-kill deficit. 9 kills left for them to close it out. But I don't know, man. That takes any wind out of your sails if you had any to begin with.
A very tough situation right there. He feels the need to push forward with that Overshield. Does not check his corners. Gets assassinated because of it. And that is going to be the closing door on this series right here. MVSin 9 just needs 4 more kills in order to close this tournament out. They're going to spot Druck top middle, and a great job by Saiyan to finish that one out before he goes down. Trippy has his eyes set on Boo Boo. 48-35, just 2 more needed.
Yep, 2 more kills to close it out here. Renegade looking to seal that out. Doesn't get Talik right away, so Talik with a nice little double there to try to get some defense. They bring it to a 10-kill deficit. You got the Plasma Caster in the hands of a blue player here as Trippy tries to avoid it. And Trippy gets a 5 for his efforts there, so that brings him to 49. Turns around with the sweet double for 50 kills to 38 to close that game, the series, and our tournament. in dominant fashion. Envy Sen 9, we knew they were the GOATs from the beginning. We knew the story of the tournament, I guess, was more the loser's side and who could really come back and fight against them. But it looks like regardless of how much momentum you pick up in losers bracket, these guys are GOATs for a reason. They don't go down,
This is why professional sports teams have salaries and salary caps. So these teams can't form, right? So saying across
right.
Renegades and Trippy can't all be on the same team. This is why franchising happens. If anyone's out there and watches sports and esports and wonders what the two differences are.
It would be nice to maybe, like, I don't know if some fans of Frosty can like jump in his chat and usher a challenge to him, like say, okay, you can either you can't play with these guys or you can play with one of them and you have a duo, and then you have to pick two other players that are not at that level, right? Like Envor or Manny or something, let's say, and make a team like that. So we get these really close matchups, and let's see if he can still win if they cripple the team a bit. Because even for a player like Frosty, for Renegade and Trippy, I wonder how entertaining it is for guys who love to compete to win as dominantly as they did. You know what I mean? Like, they like winning, but you want to win games that where the odds are stacked against you, right? So it would be nice if they spice things up. They split up the team a little. No? What do you think?
There's two things. There's winning is important and will always be the number one goal.
Okay.
And when there's cash on the line, no one's going to take a back seat. $250 is money. What are you saying now?
It is money. It's money, and it's money for some of the other. I feel like more than money, it's more the status that they get from it. But for somebody like Frosty, come on, Frosty's. I think he's fine. Multi-year world champion.
Frosty wants to retire when he's done playing Halo. He needs to use his gift that he has, his skill set that he's earned, in order to help him retire and collecting as much money. Yeah, well, when I'm retiring, if it's the difference between me eating the chicken parmesan at night or eating ramen noodles, I'm getting chicken parm, baby. We're going to win every tournament we can. We're going to collect as much money as we can throughout their Halo careers. And with that, there's no reason for them to separate until rules say otherwise.
That's fair. I still would like to see, as like a fantasy game, I would like to see these guys split their squad in half and duo up with some other duos and give us a nice hot grand finals for the fans, for the viewers, and forego an easy $250. I know it's a tough decision, but who knows? Maybe if Frosty sets a sub goal, so he pays it off in subs. This is a whole grandmaster plan. Apparently, I'm coming up with just so we can get some sick games. Either way,
it's not gonna happen. What are you saying right now?
I don't know. I'm fantasizing here. It doesn't necessarily mean that even if these guys stick together, it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to get a dominant tournament every single weekend. I hope that at the same time, players like Druck, Talik, Boo Boo, Manny, when they form together like this, they can hit that level as well. The opportunity is there for them just as much as it is for everybody else to play up at that level and to take down these gods, where they stand. So we'll see.
Yeah. How that you shouldn't be mad. You can't be mad at the guys that are the best.
I can't be mad at them. No, I can't. In the end of the day, everybody's got equal opportunity.
No, what you should be asking for is they have equal opportunity. Well, you should be mad at the players that aren't able to compete at that level. Like that's what competition's all about. It's about raising your game to beat the best of the best. And if you can't do that, then you don't deserve that.
That's fair. So that's a message to everyone else who's still competing, still wants to get on top. You want to be the best of the best, you got to earn it. Of course, it's not going to be free. So let's see that happen.
Step it up.
Let's see these competitions continue. That's it for Esports Arena for tonight, for this weekend. But this is an every Sunday kind of gig. So hopefully we'll see you guys next Sunday. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, for hanging out. Thank you, Wes, for casting with me. Always a great time with you, my dude. Any final closing remarks that you have before we go here?
Shaway wants to see the rest of the scene step it up. Can't argue with him. It'd be great to watch some people compete against these guys, even if it is for what Shawa would call minor winnings. Still, winning tournaments is important. It was always to me as a player. It should be to you. And if you actually want to win, you have to be putting in the effort. So you're going to have to outgrind some of these guys in order to catch up to them and beat them. And Infinite's right around the corner, so you're going to want to pick that up. And you're going to want to be ready for that because there's going to be opportunity there. So get on your grind.
Let's see it happen. Who can end Halo 5 on top. The opportunity is still there. Even with these esports arena tournaments, you can really shine and make a name for yourself. Set yourself up for Halo Infinite, which is definitely going to be the competitive platform everybody's hoping for, waiting for. So excited to see that happen. In the meantime, let's have a good night. Let's get some giveaways going as well, guys. Make sure to type !giveaway in the chat for your chance to win the monster giveaway. We've said it multiple times. You already know what's up. We also have Microsoft Game Pass Ultimate as well. I think if you type !Microsoft, I'm not 100% sure, but type !Microsoft anyway. Let's just see what happens. I think that gives you a chance to win Game Pass Ultimate as well, which will include Game Pass on your PC, on your Xbox. You get Xbox Live as well, so you get everything that you would need to play these games, to get all the Halo games, and maybe even Bethesda games down the line. So a lot of good stuff there. It does work. Let's go. At the same time, you got giveaway for the monsters in the backpack with the ×2 XP for Halo Infinite. So a lot of good stuff for you guys. But that's it for today. That's it for the tournament. If you want more action, if you want more Esports Arena, make sure to check them out on YouTube. You could do a little ! YouTube as well. They put all the VODs up there. The past broadcast is here on Twitch as well. They got a Twitter, a lot of different places to follow and to keep up with the action. But until next Sunday, we'll have a good night and we'll reconvene and have another intense Halo 5 tournament next Sunday. So stay tuned, guys. Or don't stay tuned. Go have your week, and we'll see you again next Sunday.
Now stay right where you are until
Stay right where
Sunday.
you are. Don't move anywhere. Don't even turn off your monitor, and we'll see you in 7 days, okay? All right, good luck. Good night, guys.